remove the yellow for that. It can just be yellow with red. The gang's getting together. She already let me know. Would you like am or fm? Oh. Ooh. Wait, okay, good. This map is still set up correctly. Whew. Ah. Well, first of all, Foundry is much more accessible if you're not using 5th edition, because Wizards of the Coast is super protective of their IP. Also, it just took a lot of learning. Yeah, I would have definitely recommended that you just use an exterior service that sets up the server and stuff for you. Once you get it set up, though, it's very hard to break. Also, I forgot what day it was today for a large chunk of my day. I was making plans with someone, and I was like, but I have one game at 6 o'clock, and then I have the other one at 11, so there's not a whole lot of time, and it just didn't really register in my head that this was Saturday, not Monday, Saturday. No, I mean Monday, Saturday. My brain had somehow lumped Saturday, Sunday, and Monday into one singular massive day. Because I woke up at 8 in the morning today. So by the... Actually, I think maybe it was earlier than that. Either way, I woke up early, and by the time I was making plans, my day was my energy was already kind of expended, so I'm but how? Where am I gonna have the energy for everything? And then I remembered it was Saturday, not some amalgamation of Munsat or Sunday. So, yeah, that went well. Hawk is in the water. Help, I am in the water. I am drowning. Should take that 2 minutes and actually fucking do something with it, huh? No, I was in a group with a healer, and it still was not quick. And then we were in Stratholme, and you know the boss that casts Lay on Hands? You know the boss. You know the boss that casts Lay on Hands on himself? Yeah, none of us had a fucking kick. I was pissed. I was pissed. The DPS has literally no excuse on this server. And so I was like, I was kind of asking them as we were moving to Balthazar. I'm like, so do we just not have kicks? And they're like, no. Like, you know, they were complaining that some of the epics take up 2 slots, and I'm like, okay, what epics are you using that take up 2 slots? And one of them was like the Skull Banner, and I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And then the other guy was like, I have Tame Pet, and I looked behind the boss, and I'm like, where's your pet? And he's like, well, obviously not here. And before you ask, the AI on pets has been fucky all day. So I'm like, yeah, but like, are you using Bestial Wrath? No, then why the fuck do you have a pet instead of an undead or a demon in the first place? Pets are just worse. So we got to hit that one boss for like 6 or 7 minutes because he would get to low health and then full heal himself. So I just took Counterspell after that boss. It's the number of slots they take is balanced around like PvP. That's why Blink takes 3. But it's weird that Blink takes 3, but Demonic Leap only takes 1, when Demonic Leap sends you like twice as far. Maybe it's just because the talents around Blink are really good. Young. I'm doing stuff, and you know. That's the one I'm going to spam everywhere. By everywhere, I mean like 2 places. Oof. Need to switch accounts. Okay, we're gonna wait like 2 or 3 minutes. It's okay. Your luck won't matter here. You have no power. Huh. You're not, no. First, I fundamentally disallow the commoner railgun. I fundamentally disagree with the science behind the commoner railgun. If you could arrange it, I might allow it, but no. The commoner railgun is a funny meme, but no. Not a lot. Why would you... Why?
Just follow me, guys. We're gonna go murk something.
I mean, if you get a lot of money, you could just use serfs instead.
So the science still does not hold sound because humans cannot physically pass things that fast.
Yeah, but remember, everything happens in the span of 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So, using that, nothing is really stable scientifically in this game.
I was about... Also, yeah, like D&D, science, you expected those things to go together to begin with?
Magic.
Nothing is real. Everything.
Actually,
is
either way that. Like, it comes down to, like, how your DM views it. If they view it like that, then sure, the commoner railgun makes sense. I view it as everything is happening all at once, not in the span of 6 seconds.
And unfortunately, that's at odds with the system, because everything does happen in clearly divided rounds, where everybody has a turn,
Actually,
and then it wraps around.
If you go with how both rules as intended and rules as written, it's technically both.
Everything happens in 6 seconds. Technically, everything's going on at the same time. But for it to make sense in a game perspective, you have to go in turns, or else it would be chaos and nothing would get done.
Exactly.
I understand the concept. Also, when did I take 40 damage again?
I also have damaged, but I don't know why.
Probably from the fight you guys had?
I was not here last session, so yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
Was it a fight last session?
Nobody was healed last session.
there was no last session. I mean, the last thing
There was no last.
the last thing I remember that would have caused you damage is you fought the captain.
I feel like I've rested since then.
I don't think we've healed since then. We haven't.
No, you guys chose not to heal.
Well, I think we were at the point of... I think we're trying to, like, get to a long rest, I think was what we were trying to do.
You were also arguing whether or not you were going to burn the boat down.
No,
there was
I'm
also
saying that the dwarf is strongly considering it, and his actions will be dependent on what happens next.
I don't know, I wasn't there for that session.
So what is going to happen next?
I don't know. We'll see.
You know what's going to happen next with the DM.
Do
Just
I?
got to know.
What if I don't know? What if I
With
don't?
this party?
What if I'm
Maybe
just?
not.
What if I'm just making it up as I go along?
I've been a DM, and I know that that's like 80% likely.
Yeah.
It's true.
You think I have
Hey,
a
we've definitely had
a plan?
My GMing style is I have a general idea of what I want to happen, and then the players take that idea, crush it under their foot, and then spit it back in my face.
And accidentally collapse a ziggurat full of exposition. Yeah.
Yeah, a whole big ziggurat full of exposition and lore, and you just blow it up.
I mean, to be fair, bad things were happening.
I must have missed this, but I
No,
feel
you
like
were
it
there.
was. You said
This was
Ziggurat.
the Underdark temple that we collapsed.
The one where the dragon came out?
I broke his spell book. I'm still proud about that.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that. We very much
Yeah,
should
that-
have done that. I do not disagree with that decision.
Man, that sounds like a bad time.
There was a lot of bad things that happened in the Underdark, including my first character dying.
Yeah, I mean, when you think you can get away with like psychically interfering with a lich, I don't know, man.
I mean, because we totally had any idea it was a lich.
Well, not even just a lich.
That too. Like, we didn't even know it was a lich, and it's like, hey, it's not just a lich. It's something worse.
This was-
That sounds kind of like our current situation.
This was immediately after you got a book holding the secrets to lichdom. I wonder what might have written that.
We don't like still have that, do we?
Well, the character that affected isn't even here.
Damn it.
We don't. He doesn't have the book either.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened to the book.
He gave to the patron, I believe.
That was the one that made Andros coup de grace himself.
Yeah, like, that book caused a lot of problems, and nearly
Anyway,
Yeah. Why don't we, who thinks they remember the best?
it was probably me, unfortunately.
I believe I actually took notes.
I mean, if you would like to put those notes to use, I wouldn't say no.
That is if I can find them. I kinda live in a shambling mess.
Sam.
Yeah, I
well,
don't see my notebook.
Would you like me to do it then?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, from our unfortunately extended break, the last thing of note that happened was once we returned from our trip from the Flying Dutchman, effectively bad things happened, which culminated in a fight between our party and the captain of the ship, whereas he apparently fought off the influence of either the psychic glitch of his own creation, or something that's co-opting his soul. We don't quite know. We don't really go that far. All we know is that he did bad things to the party. It was a mess. We didn't like it. So after we bludgeoned the captain into submission, with the best intentions at heart, we tied him up, gave him the old interrogation where, as he has been currently, he professes to not know what the fuck we're talking about. As this was happening, we went through his cabin and found, among other things, a series of interestingly postured portraits of the captain, a nice carpet, a drawer that just wouldn't open, and a giant eye mounted to a wall. Of all these things, the drawer collectively defeated the party. The campaign's over.
Yeah.
But on a serious note, the drawer appeared to contain what was, I believe, the tentacle of an elder thing.
The
As well as
the spores of an elder thing.
and a tentacle behind that, which was what was holding the drawer in place. And then, after being entirely unsettled by this giant eye, we left to go talk to the captain more. A interaction that ended with him saying, "Well, we're going places now," and Theseus showing us all his great performative skills by, I believe it was singing a saga that was just entirely defamatory towards the captain. This was serving as a distraction so we could further look around, which was between Bronto and myself, I believe. No, it was Hawk and myself, because Hawk just burst an eye, which exploded in a cloud of dark, inky mist and contained a literal copy of the Necronomicon. Necronomicon, there we go. Which was a bad thing. So, after we left that, we gave the book to our most knowledgeable person, the esteemed and venerable wizard Theseus,
Hello.
who had a lovely time going through that book, discovering, among other things, the uses of the salts of the body and the salts of the soul, an interesting phrasing involving Yogg Sothoth, but that was splattered with yellow text that replaced the words Yogg Sothoth and Pasta, and a very detailed picture of, what's his name?
Azathoth.
Azathoth, which Theseus did not like at all.
And that
In
one
the
hurt.
From there, the captain decided that while things are on edge between us, it's probably because that we're all first-timers on the sea and we're not quite used to it all yet, and that's about where we left off. Oh yes, the resolve is also deeply contemplating burning the boat down as an act of sacrifice, because it's clearly not good, but he's still on the fence about that.
I can theoretically get us out of here if we decide to burn the boat down.
Well,
You aren't gonna like it though.
If only I had taken the water walking key power.
Fairly certain I got everything there.
Imagine I just run faster than the boat. That would be insane.
yeah, you got all the major stuff, which leaves you guys with a decision to make before I start anything, and that's whether or not you're going to indulge the martyristic act and burn the boat before anything happens.
As I said, he's on the fence, which means, depending on the events that happen before we get into deep water, we may or may not. But it has been an exhausting day so far, so you would probably like to sleep on it.
Before anything happens is a strong turn of phrase. But I think we're already well past being in the middle of it. We're quite near the end of it, honestly. So
You are.
He's as I said, he's strongly considering it, but as I said, he wants to sleep on it.
I will also sleep on it.
All right.
Don't sleep on the boat, please.
I'll be meditating in my normal upside down.
Are you-
under the crow's nest?
Are you guys going to suggest to the captain then that he hold off for one more night?
Oh no, let's wait
sail.
until we're in the middle of the open ocean before deciding whether or not to burn our transportation.
We can't have
It would-
witnesses.
It is probably an idea, especially given that his day has also been rather stressful.
Okay. Yeah, sure, he'll go for it. He'll take the night. And give you guys a chance to rest up, since he can very, clearly see that you have had some kind of a fight.
Some kind of, despite the fact that we've told him it was against him, and he got
Mhm.
some kind of bruised.
So he'll let you all rest up for the evening. Which I guess means the first thing we get to do is your favorite thing.
I love this.
Wisdom
thing.
saves.
Will saves from everybody.
Saves.
Oh, hey, thanks for long rest and telling your my last weekend.
Hey Sam, I'm just making sure everything has responded well to me clicking the rest button for the first time.
And then,
Yep.
someone say 1.
1.
Okay.
Why is my HP maximum 90, but when I rested it only took me to 83?
I don't know. That's weird. So, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
That's there's a 2 there. So are we rolling will? Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, you're rolling will saves.
Cool, my bad.
I just needed someone to say 1 so I knew where I was starting on something.
Okay.
God damn, bro, too. You can't do these.
Rolled a natural 2.
You just can't do it, can you? You cannot get a good night's rest.
I've done it like once.
Alright, I guess that means Bratu is fatigued for the day unless he takes twice as long to rest. So,
And what was our plans for this day? Either burn the boat or leave.
well, it was going to be waiting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Before.
As the dwarf possesses the most effective means of burning the boat down, and appears to be the main champion of it, he says he's going to at least see what happens before we hit the open water.
Alright. So, you guys...
Yeah, I'll just take them. I'm gonna try to take the extra time.
Don't you have an ability that lets you reroll saving throws or something?
I have a few different potential rule things, but they're all specific. Check.
Well,
And that was a good night's rest.
in the meantime, as per usual, then the Resolve, Theseus, and Hawk will have a relatively restful night's sleep with only the most minor of uncomfortable visions, and Bratu will be plagued by his horrible visions of death at sea to awake.
I only require 2 hours of sleep as part of an 8-hour rest, so I literally just shut my eyes and wake back up like, yes.
Okay.
As part of the morning routine, I'd like to just
What?
fly around the boat and see if there's anything noteworthy.
Gotta come back to that.
Okay.
Because we have a thing that happens here. Theseus,
Hello.
you're going to wake up a little bit earlier than everybody else. I'd say probably 10 or 15 minutes, because you have this horrible feeling that something is staring at you.
Theseus, is that you? I'm gonna sit up in bed and take a look around.
As you sit up, your head hits the head of another creature.
Ow!
And as your vision kind of focuses in on it, it's what would only vaguely be described as a head, really. It's tall and conical, or yeah, that's the word I'm looking for, and has one singular bulbous eye on the front. You see no evidence of a mouth, ears, or any other sensory organs, just the large eye kind of fixed into the center that's staring at you.
No. Oh no. This isn't good.
And
Hi.
the figure is going to bring one of its hands up, which is equally as dark and featureless. It's going to lift what looks like a very tall hat off of its head for a moment, almost in like a kind of respectful greeting gesture. And then it's going to stoop its head lower for a moment so it can, or no, because there's nothing over your head, so it's just going to like right itself so you can get a better look at the oddly sharp dressed creature standing there. It has humanoid proportions, but the head is the dead giveaway that you're not interacting with anything that could really be called human. It has a fine tuxedo suit on with what looks like a little reddish tie that seems to be very neatly placed. And its hands are resting on top of some sort of a cane.
Oh, I know who this is.
Might very well be a cane.
And it's just staring at you for the moment while everyone else appears to still be asleep.
Well, damn. I knew reading that book was going to be bad for me, but all right then. I'll carefully I'm gonna carefully sit up, like rotate and sit on the edge of my cot,
Mm-hmm.
and like slow movements so as not to be like I'm not trying to threaten this thing. Not that I believe I could threaten it in any way. Then kind of do a little lift my hands and slap them back down on my knees. So, my name is Theseus. Who are you?
Its voice will kind of filter into your head quietly a moment later. Ooh, I already knew your name. I know all of your names. I know everyone's name. I know everyone's life, where they're going to go, what's going to happen to them. You have a book that makes you interesting, you know?
I do?
Yeah.
All the interesting books that I've had recently, I've either... Wait, did I? Did I destroy that book?
Well, if you had, I wouldn't be standing right here in front of you, wondering how that's going to change you.
All right.
As for who I am, you can just call me the man behind the curtain. That's all I am, that's all I need to be.
Well, it's an experience to meet you, the man behind the curtain. What can I do for you this morning?
It tends to be an experience. Most people are not fond of seeing me, so it's a pleasure to meet one who's a virgin to my experiences.
Please don't describe me so.
He called you a virgin.
No,
No, I'm not a virgin.
shut up.
As for what I want, I was simply... I was just taking a look while you were resting to see if I could figure out what's drawn my attention to you specifically. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm sure you'll know when I figure it out.
I have a feeling I will. I will keep you in mind. Will you be sticking around for the voyage, or are you going to...
Oh, I'm
Are
everywhere.
you the sort of person that disappears between eye blinks?
The latter.
Alright.
Normally, you're not even supposed to see me, but you've gotten yourself in with a group that happens to break the norm quite frequently. I believe every one of them has seen me at least once by now. There's at least one of them who tried to punch me at one time or another.
Can I make a guess which one?
Please do.
I'm gonna say... the pink one.
Good guess. Good guess. You are as smart as you look.
I don't remember that.
I was about to say it had to be your hawk. I'm not surprised either way.
Those were fun times before their entire world was flipped on its head and I got to watch the show.
Yeah.
I suppose I
I
should
feel like the
actually tell you who I am and what I am, more specifically. I'm the Herald of Change. I don't know what's about to change, but I know something is, and I figure I should see if I can figure it. But your strands are a little too frazzled.
jumble.
Jumbled is good too.
It does seem that we tend to change things quite rapid succession, so I can understand that.
Yes, I most certainly was not expecting any of you to even remotely stand a chance of felling an undead giant, and yet you struck a fatal blow to it before it even stood up.
Oh yeah.
We were kind of in a very advantageous position, despite not feeling like it at the time.
Yes, well, the benefit of not being omnipotent or omniscient is I get to experience when the changes are different. It's fun.
That does sound rather pleasant.
For me, yes. It's always a pleasant experience for me. The people I see, typically not so much.
Yeah.
After all, I was there when their little rat friend was on his deathbed because I knew it was coming. I was there to witness
Oh no.
a friend of theirs touch a book that nearly stole his soul away from him. These things,
Just for a little bit.
these things, they're fun to see, to watch happen and watch the aftermath. You have yourself in with a group, though, that has a penchant for even more interesting changes.
Sounds bad for my health.
Oh, we're very bad people.
Well, unfortunately, there's no escaping it now. You've already seen me. That means a change is coming. Now,
Do you have any idea?
what do you think it is? Because I can't figure it out with you.
Personally, I'm not entirely sure. On a larger scale, I feel like it's probably got something to do with the captain. I'd be kind of surprised if it didn't.
Oh, everything on this ship has to do with him. I already saw
Fair.
his.
It is.
I already saw his change through. It was surprisingly lackluster, tainted even. It wasn't natural. It was manufactured. Those are the least fun kind.
Too orderly.
Too predictable. The fun is in not knowing what the change is, just that it's coming.
Okay, I see.
He's coming.
And I suspect
Sadly, I don't really see what might be coming my way at the moment. So
you usually don't when I'm here.
I guess we will find out what's about to happen to me together. Though,
Oh,
from what you've said, I feel like that's always been happening.
I'm not present for every change. Some of them are just too boring. It's only the big ones, the ones that shape the course of destiny, that I really get dressed up for.
That's fair.
He's going to take one of his hands off. He's going to push his arm out so that his wrist is visible, where you can see what looks like some sort of a band that has a small clockwork device on it. I really must be going. I don't want to be here when the rest of you wake up. I have a feeling some of your compatriots may not be pleased to see me anymore.
Would you like me to tell them anything on your behalf?
You tell them whatever you see fit. I have no useful
Alright.
information. I never do.
He always has useful information, he just doesn't tell us.
It's
Alright.
the nature of my purview. I only see the change coming, not what it is or what's going to happen.
Will we perhaps see you after the change happens, or is it only before?
Who knows? You'll have to keep your eye out and figure that one out yourself.
Alright.
Max likes to gloat.
Well, in that case, have a pleasant day, man behind the curtain.
I'm certain I will. I'd wish you one too, but I'm sure yours will be... It'll be something.
I do appreciate the warning that something is about to happen.
A warning, an omen, you can call it whatever you want. Just embrace it. Don't try to fight change. It always wins. And he's going to tap the cane on the ground and disappear in a puff of smoke.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
There's the
There we go.
smoke.
And then that's about when everybody starts to wake up.
I come back from having a good workout swim. As I do that with the 6 hours that I have for free, as I just do physical training.
Has the dwarf met the man behind the curtain before? I don't think he has.
I don't think directly. I think he's seen him.
I think I've peeped at him, yeah, but nothing more.
By the way, you're asking if I had something for the save, and I do. Since some fact, whenever I fail a will save, or get some effective inspiration greater than one, I can tap one more save.
Sure.
So you're kind of quiet there, Brocco.
Is that better?
Vaguely.
Just scream, it'll be fine.
But
Sure, go ahead.
Prepare us for the rest of the session.
also whenever I get to this one of my feats, which don't come back, I get a +2 circumstance bonus. And anytime I get to reroll an ability check, skill check, or saving throw.
Sure.
We'll see you roll more than a 9 this time. There you go.
Okay, so you won't be
Yeah.
fatigued. Alright. Yeah, so I'd say 5-10 minutes after Theseus wakes up and his companion disappears is when everybody else starts to wake up. You can hear the captain stomping about in his room above, getting himself ready for the day.
Probably give his eye a pat.
And
Theseus would probably be going through his spell book, getting everything situated for the day.
Little Wolf will
Climb
fall
it.
out of his hammock.
To the very top of this first mast above the sail, and I just let the wind blow dry me off. Because I'm covered in seawater.
sure.
Salty.
One of the ghosts is under me, is like, is it raining? And just sees me up there dripping.
It's also very chilly.
Ah, I'm fine. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Everybody's still on the crew quarter deck. Gets to hear the sound when the dwarf hits the floor.
The loud thud.
This is still not used to the hammock.
Boom.
I just figured you floated all the time.
I've got wings, doesn't mean I always use them.
Breakfast will be provided in short order as well.
I would like to go peep around the boat, just to look, I guess, like fly out around it. Which means, as it's the first use of the day, I am not a bird.
The first time it happens, it's going to be like something important.
It's going to be great.
Sure. Yeah, so you're going to go out and fly around and look for anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah, just kind of like see if I can sweep by rising paranoia.
Give me a perception check.
I like perception. I don't like that one, but
Yeah, everything about the ship looks as normal as it can, given what you know about it.
I'll accept it. So, hit the deck. And see what everyone else is up to.
I'm on the very top of one of these masts. I deactivate spider climb, that way I can actually practice my balancing, and then I'm just doing like a one-hand stand up there.
Yeah.
And then he's like doing one-armed push-ups, like that.
Fucking-
Gotta keep himself in peak physical condition for these monk abilities, man.
He's just showing off at this point.
Look,
Gonna-
not everyone can be blessed with magical powers.
That's not magic.
Mine is, I'm gonna walk out onto the deck.
You know those things that you have spells? Sounds magic to me.
The dwarf doesn't have spells.
Don't.
No, I'm a kineticist.
I don't know what that means.
I draw literal elemental power from the ethereal plane.
He's a bender.
I'm basically,
Oh.
basically a man.
Yeah. So
Except I can manifest the earth instead of having to rely on being around.
So you're kind of like a sorcerer. You just channel energy through you. Which is kind of like my key, so I guess I can't judge.
I'll
Eh.
accept it.
anyway, so is Bratu doing anything with his morning, or is he just
Actually, I'm gonna
being a
see
dragon?
among all the supplies and stuff on the ship, if there was, I guess, anything like small sheets of canvas that they don't need.
That they don't need?
I was about to say, I'm not gonna take anything that you think you need. I wouldn't dare do that 'cause
I mean, there are extra bits of sail that are in the supplies. That's about the closest you're going to get, but that's clearly meant for, like, patching the sail in the event that, you know, like a harpy takes a chunk out of it or something.
right.
But there's not a lot of canvas anything to begin with.
Or anything that could be used as a canvas, I take it.
Oh,
I might have something, I think. Maybe.
there's just the the extra bits of sail. Some of those are large enough that they could work.
I have like my journal, like I got like a book if you want to just paint in here.
I think a book's page would be a little thin for that. I could just end up ruining your book.
Okay. I never used my bedroll. You want to use one of my blankets? Paint on that.
Hold on a minute. What are we looking for?
I was looking just for something that would equate to like a small painting canvas. And the only other thing I can think of, wait, this dragon can paint. I even have skill point.
That wasn't mocking. I'm just saying the dragon was trying.
Yes.
Oh, let me see.
It could be
You see,
mocking.
it starts like patting his pockets, and then using his ability deep pockets, he comes out with just a big wad of sailcloth.
I completely forget about Chronicle. Oh, I love it.
Wait. That's an ability? You're not making that up?
That's
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. Chroniclers can act like they have, basically have the foresight to prepare for just about anything.
any non-magical item they can just sort of have.
It seems
Mhm.
real unfair.
I just pull sailcloth out of my pocket like fucking ribbons out of a clown's sleeve. Oh, here we go. Will this work?
I didn't know you had a profession party magician.
Yeah, really?
I mean, is that so far-fetched after what I did last time?
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
Rontu is gonna look a little perplexed just at how you managed it.
No way he has two of them, so I can paint as well.
Not just the average thing of sailcloth.
How much sailcloth are you pulling out?
9.9 pounds worth.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Sailcloth is heavy.
It's like canvas, like thick canvas. So if we're talking about blankets, almost 10 pounds worth of blanket is it's got to be like
Alright,
25
alright, I
square
will-
feet.
That's actually even more entertaining. He just starts unrolling canvas out of his pocket.
Probably see the sailors just look at him going like, what?
If Gary's all right, if you're all right with it, I'll do it. Otherwise, I will reduce it to maybe like a square yard.
I was gonna say, if you're pulling out that much, it's probably gonna be like 50 gold.
Yeah, I was about to say, is there also a limit on that?
There.
The limit is 10 pounds or 100 gold pieces per class level.
Oh, class level. Shit.
Oh, the item can't. No, the item can't weigh more than 10 pounds. So you can only pull out 10 pounds of cloth anyway.
Which they
Yeah,
said
that's why I said
9.9 pounds.
9.9 pounds.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll call it 50. We'll call it 50 gold, and it's plenty. It's plenty.
I want to paint. Rip me off a piece of that canvas.
I use the last 0.1 pounds to take out a pair of shears.
Well, different items can.
I've got a dagger.
Every item can be up to 10 pounds.
It's a very large pair of shears, then.
10 pounds worth.
10-pound pair of shears.
At that point,
I pull out
Comically
some
large
goddamn
scissors.
like garden clippers.
You're pulling out the
Cut off a corner.
you're pulling out the weapon from Kill la Kill.
Oh god, yeah.
yeah,
Theseus busting out the clown pants.
Here, you can put these drums back in that pocket of yours.
Oh no, it only works one way.
Oh, it's only one way.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Could I restore the charges on my stuff arming by spending burn before I sleep? Or is that not acceptable?
What's the highest effective wild talent you can use right now?
Half my level, rounded down, so fourth.
Yeah, if you took 3 points of burn,
So if I took 3 points of burn before I snoozed, cool.
you could restore a charge, yeah.
Once the whole group is together, I would also like to ask them a question.
The captain is also going to begin his routine before he starts sailing, so he's going to go around the ship and make sure everything is working.
The
Do you have
dwarf
any
will
questions?
gather with everyone else, but he's also keeping, like, an eye on the captain through his mask.
Ratu, do you have any paints that you can spare?
Roger only has like this very basic, like single thing of paint because he doesn't even have all the copper. He doesn't have like a painting kit. He just has like I think it's almost the basic repair tools for his banner, and that's it.
Oh, I've got an inkwell. Don't worry. I'll just let me borrow a brush if we have an extra brush.
But-
Nice. Like more than once, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roger would just be sitting on the deck out of anyone's way, probably where everyone was gathered, and just kind of practicing painting. And yeah, he would let Hawk borrow a brush.
Okay, I climb back up to my post, and upside down, I'm trying to draw on the canvas with like tongue sticking out of the corner of his mouth, just like squinting down at Theseus trying to paint him.
I'm gonna do my best to hold still for him and speak.
Oh, he
while
didn't tell
everyone-
you that he was doing this. He's just doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, so, guys, how many like elder beings do you people actually know? I feel like I should know this.
I don't know if my mom counts.
The dwarf just
I'd
looks
say
confused.
that's on the
because-
fence.
The dwarf just looks confused because personally he doesn't know any.
What was it you said, Theseus, specifically?
Like, how many elder beings or elder gods or such are you guys wrapped up with? Because, like, there was this guy with an eyeball.
The vaguest description, huh?
I'm waiting to see if I'm
Wisdom.
waiting to see if anybody just snaps to the.
Well, the dwarf has questioned you.
The dwarf has questioned me.
He types his speech, remember?
I don't see anything over there.
You don't see him asking just one.
Oh, there it is.
Clean your
Yes,
eyes,
just
old man.
one. And a big tall hat. Called himself the man behind the curtain.
The dwarf will kind of scratch his beard a little bit before saying,
Before saying,
must not really be anything to worry about then, I suppose.
Are the other two gonna mention anything?
Hawk is very invested in his drawing right now.
Raju would actually point to Hawk, where he is up on the bottom of the crow's nest and say, I don't know Hawk well. It seems like he's been around that group since before I became a part of it.
I finally come
Probably
back
knows
down
most here.
after a couple of minutes, and I turn over the loose piece of canvas, and it's a very shoddily drawn, below average, like oil paint or like black and white ink painting of Theseus. It's just kind of like a stick figure wearing wizard robes and a big beard. He goes,
I love
"Look,
it!
it's you."
It's amazing!
And what were you saying about man? Elder thing?
Oh yeah, I woke up this morning and there was a man with just one giant eye and a big tall hat standing over me.
That sounds vaguely familiar. I haven't seen that guy for a while, though.
Called himself the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, I interacted with him once in a tavern.
He said you punched him.
Yeah, I'm a loose cannon sometimes.
I can appreciate that. Is he the kind of thing that I should be worried about?
I don't remember him doing anything strictly evil towards us. I just remember him kind of being, like, vaguely a douche to some of my friends.
I can handle
Yeah,
that.
he grabbed me one time after I asked him a couple of questions, and he hurt my head a lot.
Oh no.
Kind of that weird way that all of the eldritch beings that we've encountered hurt your head, or they're just like screaming
Oh,
in your
that-
head a bunch of weird information.
Yeah. That's always uncomfortable. Yeah, he said that something big was about to change. I'm not sure if it specifically involves me or if it's just us in general, but
If it's
apparently
something
things are
big.
about to go down.
If it's something big, let's hope the change as it gets smaller. Sorry,
I like
bad
that
joke.
idea. But yeah, I'm glad that that didn't elicit any sort of panic or anything. I was worried that I was worried I was gonna find out that this guy was like on the same level as the other one that we've been dealing with.
Oh, the yellow guy?
Yeah, that one.
The yellow guy.
The bub in yellow.
I don't know if he's on the same level.
I kind of
just-
hope that he is because he seems vaguely friendly at least.
Definitely friendlier than, giving everyone a disease just for looking at a statue of him.
Yeah. Though to be fair, if I could do that, I might. Just because I could.
I want people to look at me, I don't.
Is this where I make the resolve, make another fort save?
I'm still mad about the fact that you made me fail on a 32. Iggy. I rolled a 32.
No, I mean 19 or 20.
You can't crit save.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can.
It was big, regardless. Which means if my stat hasn't changed, then it would have been a 19.
I only have +8 to fortitude saves.
Yeah, plus 13.
I have a
Anyway.
plus 12 to reflex.
So
It's
anyway.
13.
So anyway.
So anyway,
So anyway,
I
this is-
would definitely worry because typically these things don't like to get involved unless it's worth their care. And from what I understand, if you're an elder thing, you don't care about a lot.
well, his purview, from what he says, seems to be changed. So
He didn't tell me that.
if it's a whatever it is, I guess if it's a big change, it'll attract his attention. So
Wait a minute.
it doesn't necessarily have to be bad.
GM, didn't I see him literally behind a curtain when my mom was there?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so I have seen him recently.
Yes.
I just
Yes.
remembered.
It was me, Hawk, and then Kelsey.
I don't remember, to be honest.
That Wad has been following us around, but why did he only show himself to you?
Theseus.
Did he say
Maybe
anything about
because
it?
I haven't seen him before. Maybe I've officially become inextricably linked to you guys.
Of course, man. You're a
Doomed
friend.
for all
Just
eternity.
very gently punch you in the shoulder with the not metal arm.
It's also about this point that you're going to hear the captain shout from the back of the boat, "Anchor up!"
So are we doing that thing that we discussed yesterday or not?
Well, the question here is, how long do you think? Sorry, how long do I feel it will be before we get out of the shallows?
Based on how long it took you to get in, you'd be out within the day.
So it's not a short period of time.
It's not a
In
long,
which case,
not a long
in
one, I
reply
think.
to Theseus's question, then
The music just got loud for me.
I just turned it up a little bit.
Oh no.
It was very quiet.
How do I change it for myself? Like, how do I make it quieter?
Go to the music section. You should be able to adjust it.
From the currently playing or global volume?
Currently playing.
global volume. So
Either. Oh, no, global volume lets you adjust it so that every song sounds about the same loudness.
Okay.
So that's the dwarf's reply to your question, Theseus. He doesn't know about sharks, so yeah,
Shark. He doesn't know about sharks.
he doesn't know about sharks. So the phrase "jumping the shark" wouldn't make sense.
I'm starting to lean towards maybe we shouldn't do that thing. I mean, I have the least amount of investment in this current situation as anybody here, but I do kind of want to see if we can maybe help the captain at the end of this.
We
Some
came
way.
this far.
Yeah,
Might as well see it to the end.
Yeah, Brock would be a very similar voice. Instead of Theseus, it's trying to like to help the captain, and he also knows what to try to see this in the end.
Oh, absolutely. I am not terrified, but very apprehensive about this entire situation. If it starts to look like everything is just going to careen downhill, then maybe we pitch a boat over the side and recheck our options.
Ta-da.
All right.
Well, let's
Oh.
reconvene at the end of the day then, I suppose.
We'll see how it go.
I mean, even if we go through with that idea, what would we do after that?
It's the kind of thing that we work out after we've gotten on the boat. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It'll be fine. Just go with it.
You do the same
I have
thing
a
you do.
theoretical plan.
You do the same thing you do every time you make massive game-altering decisions. You wing it.
You know what? It's worked out kind of well so far.
You've only lost one character so
Yeah,
far?
one character in the span of the campaign so far is pretty good.
All right.
That was entirely due to my decisions, no one else's.
Well, that's not entirely a true statement, considering how it happened in the first place.
Andros could have stopped you, but anyway. So yeah, the dwarf has given his thoughts on it. He still wants to play it by ear instead of just committing to one side or the other. Because there is that part of this agrees with Theseus that perhaps we can help beyond just consigning it all to a watery grave.
The captain is going to begin barking orders at people to get the ship sailing.
Is he part no? Sorry, couldn't help. Admittedly didn't try.
So he's going to begin barking his orders so the ship begins sailing, and he's going to begin taking you away from the island where you've been for probably too long at this point.
Yes.
You're feeling yourself
Goodbye.
start to have adapted a little bit to the elemental plane of waters, extra humidity, and just general heaviness of the air. But
It's
as you begin to sail away from the islands where you've been for these weeks so far, you watch as a storm cloud begins to roll in over top of it. Just far enough away
Goodbye,
that
Ken.
it doesn't affect you, but looming as it begins to pour rain down over the island.
okay. I will accept this for now.
And
Goodbye, Cannibal Island. I'm not entirely sure how I got here.
Well, in Miko Island, and all those for everything.
Goodbye, actual kind of Shia LaBeouf.
Burn in hell.
Whoa.
So, the rest of the day is going to go by slowly because of the kind of existing tension you guys have. This expectation that something just might happen. And
Theseus has a project he would like to work on.
sure, what is it?
I'm gonna bring Theseus's remains up and repair him.
Alright, sure.
The dwarf is going to be paranoid and ever alert and just looking around at everything. Every now and again you'll see Quilliam pop up.
Emotional support elemental.
Yeah, emotional support hedgehog. He's a hedgehog with the elemental subtype.
An elemental of the hedgehog subtype.
As I said, though, the rest of the day is fairly dragged out mentally because the existing tension is enough to keep everybody focused just a little bit too much on it, on the fact that every unexpected rock of the boat could mean something is about to go belly up.
It's true.
Every weird creak that the boat makes as the wind starts to hit the sails properly, every little board that shifts or shimmies out of its proper place, it's all a little bit anxiety inducing. Yet it never seems to pay off that anxiety. It's just a paranoid feeling that never seems to evolve into anything more than jumping at sounds that are nothing. And before long, the sun is beginning to set as you once more pass through the barrier of the plane of water and are set to open seas.
Well, that makes my choice for me. The dwarf is begrudgingly committed.
But it's
Welcome.
it's odd. Even when you hit open waters and you expect something to happen that is normal, you know, birds, maybe a harpy attack, maybe turbulence in the waters that causes a rough ride. It's strangely smooth sailing. And it's boring. It's
Well,
3-4 days of nothing other than the ocean.
I suppose if we're spending that kind of time, the dwarf will eventually conquer his apprehension of the whole situation and see if he can offer his assistance to Theseus's endeavors.
Pretty sure Theseus would have his Theseus repaired by the end of the first day. It's only got one hit dice, so
Not fair enough. My bad. Carry on.
easy enough to repair. Unless he wants to,
Lucius, you shall.
I was gonna say, unless you want to do something else while you're on the sea.
I'm just gonna start fishing.
That's gonna be a challenge, but
We have like
I don't
fishing
really
poles
have.
on the boat, right?
well, I mean, because the boat's moving,
Oh.
you can you can still do it. It's challenging.
Yeah. It's just giving him something to do.
Sure.
What's that? Did I hear that somebody needs a deep sea fishing pole? I opened my pocket.
How much does that cost you?
Not entirely sure, but
I'm looking
I
it
don't
up.
think. But yeah, I would improve Theseus a bit, but I don't think I have the reagents to do any of that.
You need.
I have no reagents for anything
You'd be
because
better off pulling him out a fishing net.
Dead fishing.
Oh yeah, like you can talk.
Isn't it
to
10 times their caster level?
A fishing net only costs 4 gold.
But like the deep sea fishing pole.
Oh. I don't. Fishing rod? No. There's not even a. Doesn't even show me a fishing rod.
It should be in like a fisherman's kit.
I would say Pathfinder does have a kit for everything. There's even a monk's kit.
Let me see if Foundry has it.
It weighs 3 pounds and it's worth 5 silver pieces. It
Yeah.
includes a simple fishing pole, and it like includes a tackle box as well.
And alternatively, you could pull out 25 square feet of fishing net?
I'll go for the net. Like, just walk over to the railing.
Because it's gonna... They have the fishing kit on the boat. So if he's gonna pull anything out, he's got to pull out, like, the net, which they have a much bigger net.
True, but we're not trying to catch, like, a whole haul of fish. We're just trying to do some
I want to
fishing.
catch a shark.
Good luck with
And do. I pull out fistfuls of chum from my pocket. No, I don't do
that.
that.
That's a bad idea.
Gross. I suppose
just
that
No,
Summon the Kraken.
if I have nothing
Instead,
else to do,
I shove both hands into my pocket and then just whip out a 25-foot square foot thing of net. Whoa! Here
You
you
toss it
go.
over to me, and it just lands on me, and I'm now forever trapped on this boat. I'll never get out.
I throw the net at him.
Resolve, what were you saying?
I said if in the next couple of days, if I've got nothing else to do, I'll finish refining the gems in my backpack.
Sure.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of them.
You have
6
enough...
if you can't cut a pearl. I'm not sure if you can.
You can't cut a pearl without more specialized equipment. But you have enough time that I'd say you can just take 10 on everything.
Make sure I do have specialized equipment. Give me a second. Yeah, I've got masterwork artisan tools for woodcrafting.
Oh, okay.
As well
Yeah.
as my
I mean, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So, like, there's enough time, like I said, you could just take 10 on it.
There it is, my profession. There it is. Take it down.
I
And
mean,
it's increased the value by 10%, yeah.
20%. So. What about Bratu?
I actually need to talk to the seats.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so popular. Everything in existence wants to talk to me today.
Well, you do have a copy of something. It's pretty important.
I take out Hawk's painting of.
I said copy.
That's not a copy, that's a 100% genuine original.
Actually, burnt the copy.
Which book?
The Necronomicon.
You did not burn the Necronomicon.
Oh, my bad.
I take out my copy of the Necronomicon.
What a sentence.
Hey man, I read the thing.
I work at a Hot Topic, I hear that at least once a week.
Oh,
Sorry, that was a bad joke.
yeah, I take it out. My hands start hurting as I'm holding it. Ow.
The Necronomicon. You know we're talking about the contract.
You mean,
No, we did. I don't think
Oh, I
anyone
didn't.
I thought the only thing he had a literal copy of was the contract.
and the Necronomicon.
the Necronomicon.
That one.
He's holding...
And I had a copy of the King of... Man, I have a really dangerous library building up.
Well, no, remember, the copy of the King Yellow got literally annihilated.
True.
Get rid of that.
with
It-
Flash of
yes.
Yellow.
Alright, I put the Necronomicon back in my pocket with all of my fishing poles and chum. And I take out the oh, what was the specific name for it?
Are you talking about Bratu's contract?
Yeah, I'm talking about my contract.
Yeah, that's just...
After,
Jesus
like,
Christ, how many contracts are there?
One is a
contract.
One is a will, not a contract, first of all.
yeah.
You're holding a lot
Look,
of important
I don't
and
like
dangerous-
label these things when I shove them into my pocket.
Maybe you should.
Your pockets are just
Maybe I
filing
should,
cabinets.
but I don't.
You pull them out, and then you gotta flip through a bunch of files.
Pull a Rolodex out of my pocket.
No, that's what your homunculus should do. It should be your secretary and file all your forms for you.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
I want them separated in alphabetical order, thank you.
All right.
Okay, I take out Ratu's contract.
And Rogers ask if you, by chance, did any headway in. Out of character, I can't remember what you said Theseus was going to do with it. I don't know if we were just going to analyze the terminology or what.
I thought Theseus was looking for a way to get you out of it.
Yes, that. Very much that.
All of the above, then.
Yes.
But unfortunately, Theseus has not spent much time working on that recently.
Yeah, sadly not. I will take the next. I'm not up to anything right now, so I will take the next day or so that we have, and I will peruse it critically and look for any loopholes for you.
Roger. Very much grateful for that.
All right.
There's Lopez fancy rocks now.
Then we'll have Theseus just give me an overall linguistics check.
Hell yeah.
That shit's airtight. There is not even the tiniest thing that you can think of that could get him out of it.
What am words? Damn.
You, like,
Looks like
come
you're
back
fucked,
to him
friend.
at the end of the day. Yeah, it's just like, legally, you're fucked.
Sorry, mate.
Can't say that.
But it's gonna take a couple of days to get there.
To get to his nat one.
Yes.
Well, lovely.
Sadly so.
Hey, Bratu.
The success the check in this case isn't determining how fast he's doing it. It's how well he's doing it.
And he's not.
And I'm not. If you need me to build you a fucking magic robot, that I can do. I am not a lawyer, though.
Alright.
Hey, Bratu. Since we're not doing much on the boat, do you have anything planned? Actually, before I assume you don't.
Roger's name. And I'm probably going to be training and painting, really. Painting specifically, working towards his new banner. And I'm trying to work on that, both from the potentially the magical side of it, at least figuring out what he needs for it, and just the design aspect as well.
Your banner's not magical. It's just supernatural.
That still requires things to make it change.
Yeah, but the difference between that being magical and supernatural is that you could just fucking dance over it singing heebie-jeebie-deebie-deebie and it would do it.
I haven't figured out if I have to do that or not. That's what I mean.
Anyway.
I think we are going to be going to a very dangerous place, and I don't want to be caught rusty. I just want to stay limber. Do you think we could, like, spar?
Oh, Roger, very much up for that. He
I,
needs to keep
I don't want you coming at me with your sword, though, so do you mind grabbing, like, one of those rods or something that they use to, tie the ropes on the ship, and just beat me with a plank of wood rather than metal?
I mean, I have a hammer and an axe. I don't have a sword.
You know what he meant.
I know.
I thought you used a sword. That was my bad. Yeah, don't hit me with your, giant hammer either.
Yeah, actually, the axe is the big one. It's
Just,
massive fucking axe.
just do the thing.
But I was gonna see if I had any just like just a
They have spare bits of wood.
yeah, I could do that.
I can't think of it. There's a rod that you can use as basically a club. I just forget what it's called.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
probably.
A belaying pin. That's what it is.
there's plenty of bits of wood that you could use to whack each other with if you really wanted to.
I know that you, as a fighter, prefer to use weapons. So
Oh, yeah,
it would be
well,
unfair if you were coming at me with just your hands.
Just your
but
hands.
The only thing Ratu would do in that sense would be grappling and that sort of thing. Even then, you wouldn't expect me better than you at it.
You could always put me in your armor. That would totally negate all of my abilities.
That would also defeat the purpose.
It would. It would, not really.
And it doesn't really it doesn't really matter. It's there's not really a mechanic to worry about here.
Give me
Yeah,
your
no,
workout plan too. I need to strengthen up. I'm so weak.
So, over the next few days, it will be, lots of sparring, lots of jewel work, and lots of legalese to pour over among the oddly silent seas. None of you are sailors, but there's just something about this unsettling easiness with which you're traveling that it just sets something off in the back of your head.
I don't like it.
Does it?
Man, I think we're already dead.
It doesn't feel like you're in immediate danger, but it's just not normal.
We crossed over at some point. Now we're all dead. You just didn't tell us.
Yeah, sorry, you're in the Shadowlands.
Bimbo.
So over the next few days, you guys are going to go about your business, do your work. Eventually, Theseus is going to come back to Bratu with the contract and the at least present understanding that there's no way out. And Resolve is going to make some shiny rocks even shinier, while Bratu and Hawk kind of hit each other.
I hate you.
But
Polishing your stones.
another oddity, the dirge seems to have just ended at some point, where every night you have that haunting dirge while you're trying to sleep. It seems to just be gone. Inexplicably not a problem anymore.
That is that good? Is that bad? Is that
This is a terrifying blessing.
that's exactly how I feel.
And
All before the storm comes to mind.
as you traverse the last leg of your sailing journey, you start to see the dark skies around Sailor's End, recognizing the thick black clouds that seem to be a permanent fixture even in just study. The sharp, jagged coral that is long died starting to jut out of the water, causing the captain to have to constantly be adjusting the ship, slowing it down so that he doesn't ram head first into one that he doesn't see. And you see your first shell of a ship off on one of those same reefs. It's barely above the water because of how it impacted the reef, broken down the middle and just stuck there. Its crew probably long dead. And
Man, we're gonna fucking die here.
you be.
The ship.
What do you mean the ship?
One that, unless of course he recovered the Nighthawker after, like, the attack, would that be the ship that
He recovered.
that time?
He recovered it.
Right.
Why do I not have a map set up? Give me like 20 seconds, I guess.
Weak.
I thought I had this, otherwise I would have done it.
I just thought of another way that Hawk is training. If there's a day that Bronto just doesn't want to spar, with key metabolism, I can hold my breath for 14 hours. I just go under the boat and I meditate in the water as we're moving the entire day. I don't ever get to use
Baller.
this feature. I'm just doing it to meditate in an environment where he's uncomfortable, so it's like mental training.
Oh, it's sort of under the water.
Yeah.
Alright.
Keel haul the monk.
I just stick to the boat
So,
on the bottom.
the captain is going to slow the ship down as you begin your approach so he can get a more accurate steering. Despite the fact that you can see some of the large chunks of the reef sticking out, you can also pretty safely assume there's bits that are under the water that you can't see, as every so often you hear this horrible scraping sound as he narrowly avoids one of them.
It doesn't sound like he avoided it.
We become boat.
And he's going to take a long, slow approach, kind of going up. I think it was freehand. Kind of up and around like this to get into here. As his general sort of approach. But he has to take it very slowly. So,
Are you saying we're able to do to help, or do we just not have the same experience necessarily?
I mean, you could try to be a lookout and keep an eye out for the patches of coral that are just under the water.
That sounds like the perfect job for Hawk.
Yeah, I can go underwater and look out, but there's no way for me to communicate it back up to everybody.
Well, this is
The water's fairly clear, so if you were just standing at the edge of the boat, you could see it.
If that is the case, I will go up to under the crow's nest, and I'm not keeping an eye out for rocks unless they're like particularly dangerous and no one else is seeing them. But I am looking closely at the water to see if there's any creatures that are approaching the boat.
You don't see any sort of life.
Uh,
You don't even see
I just-
fish.
I'm just gonna keep on the lookout for any like movement in the water still.
Sure. But yeah, someone could stand at the edge of the front of the boat and shout back to the captain to let him know what's going on. So,
there's always probably the best of that and Hawk.
Why am I being voluntold?
I just said you'd be best.
Yeah.
Theseus Enthusiast will join in on keeping the lookout.
sure.
Would you like a perception check made?
No, the water's crystal clear, which is odd considering the dead coral and the broken ships everywhere that you can see.
There is something I would also like to look at.
Sure.
With all of these destroyed boats around, could I make some form of check to understand why they crashed? Other than, Because it's not easy to navigate through these rocks, right?
No, there's lots of sudden sharp bits of the coral that are just under the surface of the water that a boat could easily scrape against.
And sink.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe they came on a more turbulent day and the waters were not nearly as nice. Or maybe some of these crashes or some of these shipwrecks aren't even necessarily the cause of this area, but have ended up here. It's really hard to identify the specific causes for a lot of things.
Then I would like to make a perception check to see if I find any bodies that are near the ships. That's
Sure.
the
Go ahead.
thing I'll do. And it's just perception.
Mm-hmm.
Let me click the roll button. I did it.
You see skeletons floating around, some of them just barely attached by, like, an arm or some tattered cloth to bits of the ship, or some are sitting on the decks of the ships. Or
Anything, like, do I see from here any, like, special items that these skeletons might be wearing or carrying?
you're too far away to make out any specifics like that.
Okay.
But between the captain's experience and the help he's getting, it's a fairly easy process to navigate in towards the island. And everybody give me a perception check.
I don't want to.
For that, can I, while everyone else is kind of helping him get in, can I make some sort of, I guess, knowledge nature survival check on how natural what we're currently traveling through, how calm here it is, how natural that is for this area? In general.
You would that would be a geography check, not a nature check. You're not super familiar with the ocean in the first place. It does.
It's not a bad idea if the person who, works with rocks all the time comes to...
I mean, it does seem a little bit odd to all of you that the water is this clear, yet there's these many wrecks.
Yeah. Plus, these sharp rocks aren't made by still water.
Yeah. Hawk and Bratu, as you approach and you come through this kind of larger opening like here, where you think there's a wreck, this wreck here, as you're passing by it, you both kind of look at it a little bit closer. It's not a wreck. The ship is actually positioned like it's wrecked, but it's fine.
So, it's like anchored to those rocks?
It almost looks like someone pushed the boat up onto the rocks to look like it's broken and wrecked, when in reality you can clearly see there's no massive damage that would cause it to wreck.
I feel like that would change if the waters decided to not clear, so I'm going to call this out to everybody, but Bronzu already knows. So I'll just say, like, hey, there's a boat over there. It looks fine. It's just kind of nestled in on those rocks.
Maybe they just park their boats weird around here.
It might be that somebody else is here and they have the water still so it doesn't destroy their boat.
Why would somebody else come here?
Why wouldn't they?
Looks around
Why are
meaningfully at every other bird here.
There's nothing. There's nothing here that someone would want to come here for.
Theseus looks around a bit. Why are we here?
This is where my crew died. This is where my crew died. I'm here to honor them.
Okay, I'm glad to know that.
We kind of knew that. Sorry we didn't tell you. I am going to keep an eye out inside this little bay for any activity or movement.
Sure.
Actually, with that knowledge, do any other boats or does anything else look purposefully moved or purposefully out of place?
Nothing.
Like someone has moved it that way. Just that ship?
Just that.
Anything else we can see about the ship? Any Jolly Roger? Any?
Nope. The sails are this blank white. Actually, no, I'm lying.
He's lying.
How dare?
Give me a just roll a d4 for me. The sails are styled like the night sky, with this purplish hue to it, so it looks almost like there's an aurora constantly going, and you can see the little star designs throughout.
Aurora Borealis. This time of day, this time of year.
Even bunched up, you can kind of tell that it's meant to look like the night sky. And there is the flag. The flag that's flying does appear to be the symbol of Desna.
Like those cultists that we backed.
Yar. 'Tis wizard pirates.
How long are we staying here, Captain?
We shouldn't be here more than the night at most.
Okay.
12 hours for something to go
I'm gonna climb down after we've stopped moving, and I'm just gonna ask if everybody wants to go investigate that boat, and then just come right back. It's just a little too
Sure, why
strange.
not? I'm down for it.
The dwarf seems hesitant to do more than necessary.
It's probably not a good idea to... It's not a good idea to be here any longer than we need to be.
Well, if we're gonna be here for the night anyway, it'll take about an hour for us to just go take a look and be right back. Like if we take a rowboat.
Are we actually that close, or is there more distance than that?
It would... If you have someone who can avoid the quarrel, probably would take you about 2 hours.
I feel like that's just one way, correct?
Yes, it's 2 hours one way and then 2 hours back.
That's half the night.
So that's half our day.
We also don't know what else is going to happen.
Well,
so.
let me also fill you in on more, because as the boat finally kind of comes to a halt and he drops anchor for the night, you can see the shoreline, which appears to be made up primarily of glass rather than of sand, is barren, aside from the fact that there is a dinghy that is put up ashore, and into the large mountainous range that seems to make up the majority of this island, you can see a large cave opening with footprints in the sand glass leading up to it.
Anybody else getting the idea that this island might be volcanic?
I don't like this place.
I don't like this place, but out of character, DM, did the captain, when we first took on this quest, did he tell us why he went to Sailor's End the first time? Or did he end up here the first time?
He
Or this second trip?
he told you that they were there to kill an undead kraken. And he was the only survivor.
He did the job, though.
As far as we know.
Well, there's no undead kraken here now.
That we can see. You think? This is not the
Yeah,
place to
don't-
keep anything.
I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, don't
my
say
hand
that out
straight
loud.
at the back of Roger's head.
So what's the plan?
Boat or cave?
Like
This is
stay
me
with
asking the party.
I like that. Oops, stay.
I think we have, seeing that they need, we have to investigate boat now because that dinghy likely belongs to that boat. And we need to know what or who we're dealing with.
We can investigate the dinghy before going into the cave. That might give us an idea.
Yeah, I'd say dinghy than cave.
Alright. Also, we take anything that looks weird on the dinghy, right? We're not just gonna leave it alone.
Oh yeah.
If you say you see people or some evidence that people are here, I'm curious as to why.
Do you want to come with us?
I'm not just gonna sit here and do nothing.
Then let's go.
No, are we, you said
The
dinghy
dwarf
or
is
cave, but are we taking-
comprehensively outvoted.
Yeah, are
Well,
we-
we're still bodyguarding the captain if he's coming with us.
The dwarf just doesn't believe, but leave him be.
The dinghy's on the shore.
Yeah. So check out the dinghy, and then we hit up the cave, and we're gonna leave the big boat alone for now. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't worry, Resolve. The crew is here on the boat. They'll take care of it. Wink wonk.
I think I think the resolve's coming along after that. Like he wants to be alone on the boat. Actually,
Yeah.
that's a question. Did the crew that goes crew ever seem particularly different during the trip here, and especially now?
Nope.
Are they different now at all?
Nope.
It was part of the question, Nish.
I
Nothing seems to have changed on the ship.
aside from lack of courage. I guess time to get moving.
So, captain's
Is asleep.
captain's going to issue his orders to everyone on the ship to make sure that they, keep it in order and everything while he's gone, and make sure nobody breaks anything, the usual. And he's going to board on the rowboat and wait for everyone to either join him or start flying.
I'll join him on the boat, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure we don't wreck into any sharp rocks or coral.
Theseus and Thuseus will join on the boat.
I'm going to fly, which means I am not a bird.
No bird. The bird's not the word this time.
I was just about to say something like that.
Emiko's going to fly.
I'm actually gonna stick with the boat and them try to be a little more because than my giant ass hopefully
Sure.
already is.
So the captain's going to row you to shore while the Resolve and Emiko fly about.
I'm sorry, Captain. That's not your job. I'll row.
Actually,
Please, let us do this for you. You got us this far. And I feel like we owe you.
It's fine. I can row a boat.
Yeah, but
It's not gonna hurt me. I promise.
it just seems rude.
It would have been rude if I had asked and you had said no, go ahead, but I didn't ask. So it's more rude that you're trying to overwrite my decision as the captain.
If you want to row the boat, you can row the boat.
He's already rowing the boat. As this is happening, he's already rowing.
I just want it to be known that I offered. I'm trying to be helpful and make up for our past miscreances.
it's not a particularly long trip to get to the shore. It's a couple of minutes at most. And
I
he's
will pull it on shore so he doesn't have to.
sure. He brings it up pretty close to where the other one is. Just so I know, who, if anyone, is attempting to be quiet during all of this?
I'm just unhappy to be here, so I'm just hovering in the air.
How heavy is the rowboat with everybody on it?
Everybody can get... By the time you need to do that, it's shallow water. And the captain has already hopped out to do what you're doing.
I'll do my best effort, but my push pull is only 650.
That's more than enough.
That's more than enough, especially if I'm not in, if I get out of the boat before we do it.
Yeah, I was about to say, with everyone in it, there's no way I'm like...
Theseus doesn't do that much.
How close to the mouth of the cave are you hovering, Resolve?
Sorry?
How close to the cave are you hovering?
I'd probably keep a mid-distance between everybody and the cave.
So how far from the cave?
As I said, midway.
Okay, gotcha. Sure.
I'll bap you.
No, you can't.
That'd be good.
Yeah, so it's good. He's gonna make sure the, rowboat is up on the shore and secure in case any tide comes in. Which, now that you're standing on the shore, is another bit of oddity. There is no tide at all. The water is eerily still.
It's cursed.
Similar.
And you're pretty close to that other dinghy now.
What did you
As to
just
the
say to me,
earlier
Kat?
question,
Stupid cat. Go ahead.
as to the earlier question, Theseus and Thuseus will attempt to be stealthy.
Sure, go ahead.
I think
After I get on shore and help with pull the boat on, I will be stealthy in that I'm going towards the dinghy and I'm gonna snoop around.
Alright.
I'll give it a shot. Not that it will help because
I will aid Ratu as well.
I mean, you can't. You're not. This isn't a thing you can aid someone on. You're either being stealthy yourself or you're not.
Okay.
hey, at least I only have a negative 1 minute.
I want to see
Theseus-
that
Theseus
0
are
right now.
Do I need to roll one just for hovering, or
Are you attempting to be quiet while you're hovering, or are you just hovering?
I mean, I didn't really think my wings would make that much noise in general.
It's up to you.
I won't. Given acting under that assumption, I'm not going to.
Okay.
Theseus.
Theseus did already.
No, is
Yeah,
the
w-
second roll Theseus or Theseus? That 9.
It's Theseus.
The 9 is Theseus. We're all being like Kronk stealthy.
I'm not.
You might be alright. Hawk is a shadow.
Hawk was rolling to assist, so his roll is. Unless I misheard.
He
No,
rolls
like,
to
I
roll.
rolled to snoop around the dinghy, and then I thought I could aid Ratu, but I couldn't. So that stealth is actually my stealth.
Okay, sure. So you're gonna go snoop around the dinghy.
Yeah.
Alright, why don't you give me a perception check then?
Ooh. I never know my alphabet.
Alright.
24.
So the boat doesn't appear to have any meaningful markings on it. However, in the boat, you'd find a small satchel. Small little burlap satchel.
Using a dagger, I'll flip it open.
Okay. Inside is
Bomb.
probably about 20 gold, a thick leather-bound book that doesn't have any sort of a title on the cover or spine, and then a holy symbol. It seems like a spare one, considering it's made out of iron rather than any fancy material. And it is in the... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what her symbol is. It's in the shape of a butterfly. But
How could you forget that?
because it's been a while. But when you look at it, like when if you tilt your head, it almost looks like the symbol is shifting into something else in front of your vision.
Do I know, with a 16, do I know who the religious symbol is for?
You know that the butterfly is for Desna,
Who is Desna?
the goddess of travel and freedom
Okay.
And dreams.
and dreams. Yeah.
And the shape that it's turning into, does it start
You-
to look sinister?
You can't get a good look at it. You can just tell that the object itself is like visibly changing shape. Whether or not it's physically changing shape, you're not sure because you're not actually interacting with it.
And the bag is the only thing that looks of importance on the dinghy, right?
There's nothing else on the dinghy.
Okay, so I'll pull out the bag and kind of like shuffle over to Theseus and Theseus and be like, I found another book, a holy symbol. And what else did you say was in the bag?
About 20 gold.
And a handful of change. You don't have any money on you, so you can keep what's in the bag.
Thanks. I accept the bag and reach in. Should I take a look at the book here, or wait until we get back to the boat?
Wouldn't hurt, maybe. And take that back. It hurts a lot sometimes to look in books.
Yeah, it hurts a lot.
So what do you...
I take the... I'm gonna do it right now.
Alright.
I take the book out of the bag, and I hand the bag to Theseus.
So you take the book out of the bag, and it is a nice leather-bound book that is fairly unassuming on the outside. Because of your trained eyes, and that you didn't notice it in the bag, but now that you have it in your hands, you can see that there is a very poor glamour on it that is attempting to make it look like a book for Desna worship.
I can't imagine what it might be for.
It seems to be a writing of a poor glamour representing the 8 scrolls. But because you can clearly tell that it's fake, you can see the leather-bound book beneath.
Whoever did this didn't do a very good job of it, which makes me even more apprehensive. But I'm gonna have to do it anyway. I flip open to the first page.
What you flip open to is a black spiral that immediately rings bells in your head because you were actually in this section of the Necronomicon before. On the page in front of you, and pretty immediately recognizable, is the symbol of Yog-Sothoth in all of its glory.
Is this the one that was making me sick earlier, or was that a picture of Yog-Sothoth?
You saw a picture of Azathoth, the dreamer. This is
Yes, how
Yog-Sothoth.
could I have mixed them up?
This is the symbol of Yog-Sothoth,
Alright.
which pretty reasonably leads you to believe what you're going to find if you flip the pages, considering this is masked as a holy text.
Snap the book closed again. And now I have 2 of them.
Oh, this one's...
Weren't there pages torn out of the other book?
Yes, but he could still tell he was in the Yog-Sothoth area of the book.
Do you think these are the torn out pages?
Oh boy. I opened it up again to that first page and checked the seam on the inside.
This is a fully pressed book. This has not been modified. It barely even looks like it's been opened.
Oh, never mind then.
There's also
Damn,
too
the
many.
edition too.
There's too many pages for it to be the missing bits of the Necronomicon.
Well, the torn out pages in our book, this one will have. So we can see what the pages that were torn out are.
Maybe. This isn't the Necronomicon.
Oh.
This is a holy text of Yog-Sothoth.
I thought
Holy
it was
used,
their
very
books.
used terms, yeah.
Otherwise, there doesn't appear to be any magical effect to it. It just seems like a book with a minor glamour on the outside.
Oh, I don't think
Is the holy symbol also glamored? Sorry
Yeah,
to keep talking over you, Bratu.
you said the same thing I was gonna say.
the holy text, the holy symbol is glamored to appear as a symbol of Desna. When you look at it at the right angle, basically, as you kind of like turn it and shift it to get it to replicate the process, you catch the sun at the right angle and find the black spiral in your hand.
I wasn't touching the holy symbol. I was asking Theseus if it was.
I mean, you
I'm
could
keeping my hands clean,
you-
quite literally.
you could technically do it without even touching it, just by like using a knife or something.
Okay.
It's not a particularly complex effect. It's just turning it to match a certain angle fully reveals it.
More Elder Thing worshippers I'll call out to the resolve. And then just kind of like point at the cave. To gesture towards the people that might be in there.
I will look to the cave entrance and see if there is anything of note from my perspective.
Give me a perception check. No. There's nothing of note from what you can see.
I will keep watch. I'll keep watch for the moment.
Hey, Captain, what do you think of this symbol? And I'll actually kind of grab it if Theseus doesn't mind me reaching into the bag.
Theseus would allow you to take the symbol.
I
Although Theseus might take that at some point as well.
I'm not a religious man. I don't.
You can tell it's glamored though, right?
When I look at it, right, yeah, it's a little weird.
So, just making sure. And I'm just like laughing nervously and putting it back in the bag or handing it to Theseus because they wanted to look at it.
Theseus will take it. He is now armed and ready to worship Yog-Sothoth.
You just walk into the cave like, my fellow cultists, how is it going?
Hello, fellow children.
Actually, Resolve, as this is happening, though, you do hear inside the cave a splash.
Do I see anything to go along with the sound?
No, you just hear the sound.
I will quickly say over my shoulder that
Don't worry, it was just your girl catching wind of Hawk's. It's like,
Well, that's our next stop anyway.
The captain brought his gun with him, right?
Yes.
Cool.
And as you say that you're being watched, he's actually going to pull his gun and his rapier out.
I pull out these hands.
Has he fixed his gun from the time that it fucking exploded?
He took the time. Yes, he has his pistol back.
A premature explosion. Don't worry, it happens to all of us.
Well, if we're being watched, I think they know we're here by now.
Do we wait for them to come out of the cave? Do we go into the cave?
When was the last time waiting for a trap to spring worked out in your favor?
Well, they have one exit point here. We could ambush them when
That-
they came out.
That you know of. It's a cave. How do you know there's not another exit somewhere else?
I'll quickly scan the inside of these little hills. Do I see another cave?
Not on the inside.
Okay.
To put a nail in the debater's coffin, can I cast... Sorry, can I use my basic pyrokinesis to cast a flare into the mouth of the cave?
Sure.
Just see if it will illuminate anything. I think I have the range.
Well, that's the point where I actually need to pull the other map up. But no, it does not illuminate anything that you couldn't already see.
Inside the cave is pretty dark, right?
That's why I cast it there.
I mean, it's darker on the inside. You can see the very first, like, 10 or 15 feet naturally just because of the daylight.
Yeah, but I think... Do I think if we go into the cave, I'll need to be able to see in the dark?
You can easily surmise it'll probably help to be able to see in the dark.
So I'll just pass over the potion of dark vision to the captain and be like, you can't see in the dark, can you?
I've been able to since I got home.
Alright then, Theseus, do you need to be able to see in the dark?
What was that? I say taking out my own potion of dark vision.
Awesome. Bottoms up. And I just drink it.
Also, if we need to light things up in there, I can use a big boy flare. Got fireball ready.
I thought you were gonna say like daylight or something like that. Not that spell.
Oh, to be fair, because I use basic pyrokinesis, my flare is just basically a ball of fire.
It's a small ball of flame, but that part of the cave is already illuminated anyways.
I wanted to do this so we weren't, giving away our exact position as we were walking through.
Well, a little late for that, right?
All they know is that a flare came from above.
So what's the plan? What are you guys doing?
Well, Roger walks in first. And then I walk in behind the walking suit of armor.
Alright.
Usually whatever we do, I'm at the front, yes.
And
Could we perhaps send Hawk in as like a stealthy scout first?
No. That's illegal.
I think it's too late for stealth. I could
Well,
give it a
it's-
shot and then just run away if I get into trouble. But I think moving in as a group, we could put all of our skills to test.
Oh, I
I'm
just
a
put
little scared.
someone on the map twice, like a genius.
The Jews.
What should there have to be CS's?
There, that's not what I want. Where's the... Who's the damn thing? Oh, Captain, my Captain! Where the fuck are you?
I wish I knew that whole monologue.
What the hell?
I don't even know what it's from.
Oh, there it is. So then there's the Captain.
Squad of thesioids.
I mean, do you want Theseus to go in there? He's a one-hit die homunculus.
Yeah, he's coming with.
Alright.
He wants to come with.
I will just use an Azamar token for him then, since they have about the same statistics at the moment.
Embrace change.
Alright. So,
Oh.
Bratu's going to go in first, followed by Resolve, and then everyone else is going to kind of generally filter in.
If you have put me on the map, I cannot see it.
I haven't activated the map yet.
I'll let it load.
I was giving you guys an opportunity to solve your marching order first.
I will take the rear.
The
Innuendo not intended.
Alright. So, weapons drawn or not?
My hands are always drawn.
My weapons are always on hand.
I am ready to cast.
I'm gonna have my shield, but I'm actually just gonna kind of keep a hand on my hammer.
Alright.
Not actually draw it just in case.
I'm actually just
It's
gonna...
not at threat of being nuked.
I'm gonna remove vision since you guys have full dark vision at this point. Alright.
You know what? I'm gonna take out the holy symbol and I'm gonna give my consecrated dagger to Theseus.
Okay.
We are ready for some sort of god shenanigans.
Alright.
My host is Romulus.
So, as you guys move your way in, you can hear the shuffling of feet of individuals that had quieted themselves upon hearing shouting across the beach.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you think they know we're here?
So,
That awesomer is just a torso.
entering into this cave, the first thing you notice is that almost the moment you walk in, there is a... it's ramping downwards towards the bottom platform. What the fuck? I need to
I want
adjust.
to ask the question is why is there a armored pair of Texas?
I'm getting there. You gotta give me a second. I'm trying to do multiple things.
No, you mistake. Those are the eyes. It's just wearing goggles.
So, the entranceway ramps down about 5 or 10 feet to a thinly covered, the lowest part is covered in a thin layer of water, and then the outer edges go into like deeper pools, and you can see in the very center of the room, kind of the focal point, is this large magical circle of sorts, in the center of which sits a semi-familiar looking type of pedestal. You had seen it after your encounter with the cannibal and had gone upstairs, upon which there are scattered dozens of books, some of which have even gone so far as to fall into the water. Looks as if most of them have been either discarded or used and made relatively useless. Around the edges of the room, you can see several tables upon which some have more books, some have magical tools, some have alchemical tools. It seems as if some sort of study has been going on here. Around the room are those hushed figures. There are 6 humanoids, and then one large construct. The 5 humanoids that are closest to you are all pretty boring individuals. 3 of them are wearing kind of nice Desnan cultist robes that end just high enough above their ankles so that they don't sit in the water. 2 of them are heavily armored, what appear to be paladins of sorts. The construct from the bottom up appears to be first some sort of a clockwork octopus that merges into this marble torso of an angel that has had its arms modified to also be clockwork. But where the head should be on the statue, there's instead this tall brass cylinder in which floats this greenish liquid along with a brain.
Lovely.
Attached to the
construction.
attached to the base of the cylinder, going down into the torso, you can see 2 bronze tubes as well. At the back of the room, she's the hardest thing to see in the room just because she's so far away. But sitting at that very back table that seems to have some sort of alchemical equipment on it is a woman that looks like she could be a cleric of sorts, though she's wearing dark feathery robes and has a very strangely pale face even in the black and white coloration. And she looks a little surprised to see you. And she's gonna stand up from her seat. Have the interlopers arrived already?
I
So
take
it's-
offense to that.
What tools is-
I have never interloped with anyone.
We... We had...
I'll hold up the holy symbol in greeting.
She's gonna shoot daggers at one of the cultists. I thought we told you to stop misplacing things. It's a bad image for us.
Hey, this one's mine.
I found it. It's mine now.
His Holiness will not be happy about this.
Oh, they're not even trying. Because Desna's always
Alright.
referred to as female, correct?
Most of her leaders of her clergy are female, yes. Well, welcome, interlopers. We were not expecting you for another week yet. As you can see, things are a bit of a mess. State of disarray. We're not thrilled you had to see before you're destroyed.
Should we come back?
Oh no, you're already here. It's already been done.
What's been done?
Alright,
Oh,
would you
you've
like any help getting ready, or,
you've seen us. That's what's been done. You were never supposed to see us. We were supposed to be gone before you arrived, and yet somehow you're here. Good news
Very
for
sweet.
me and my sister. Bad news for you, as I am sure the Father will be more than pleased when we are the cause of your destruction. But I'm not a monster. I'm a reasonable individual. Why shouldn't I just kill you? What do you have that I might be interested in at the moment?
What's the captain's reaction to this? Sight, I guess.
He's a little perplexed by everything, though his focus seems to be on the pedestal and the circle in the center of the room.
I know, I recognize it. Can I see it properly from this angle?
You can't see the colors, but you can make out that it is vaguely the same as the one you had, or it's pretty close to the same designs as the ones you have seen up to this point.
So I do know that it is basically at least some version of a hostile worshipper, despite the fact that they have apparently a text of Yox's Thoth.
Mm-hmm.
In which case I'll just mutter back to everyone. It's like,
Ooh, I never adjusted where the holes are.
I thought we weren't supposed to say that.
Oh yeah, do I roll percentile?
No.
No, we all start turning inside out.
Mm.
Our bones! They finally escaped.
I guess Bratsu, while they're talking, will talk back to her since no one else seems to be.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say, well, you're calling us interlopers, but we came here on more of a out of character. I can't think of the word.
Oh,
Memorial mission?
we know why you're here. We know everything that's been going on. It's boring. To me at this point. I've spent weeks studying the things that have been going on and trying to make heads or tails of it. And I think I understand the picture now. You just were never supposed to see us here.
Matt is about to go into off in flames as what?
But
What?
is that?
he's just
I
gonna
point to the big thing. Sorry, I spoke over you again.
Oh no, you've spoken now.
Oh, this! She's going to actually, as you ask that, she's going to move out from behind her little desk. She's going to put her hand on the marble torso. This here's a creation of mine. It's my crowning achievement. I wasn't ready for it to be in combat just yet, but... well, if things are ready, they're ready. I'm sure my friend up inside the tube there will be more than thrilled to do something other than suffer my questions all day.
That is a very interesting design. Would you mind if I took a look at it before I died?
I would, actually. This is a bit of a present for His Holiness. I'm not interested in anyone else seeing the specifics.
That's understandable.
Who is him?
Oh, him? You mean the Father, the one who will bring
My father is dead.
the one who will bring us through the gate. That him?
Is that the him you were referring to? That one's the gift for?
Yes.
Then yes.
Why would I tell you his name?
Politeness?
I'm about to
I mean,
kill you. And you
Guys,
want me
just
to...
trying to piss her off.
I'm about to kill you and you want me to be polite? That's a bit of a
I mean,
strange behavior, I have to say.
We're strange people. You're strange people.
I'd have to say that we're both being quite polite at the moment.
Oh, you're gonna move up, Bratu?
I thought Hawk already moved.
I was sliding around back here, just trying to, like... In character, he's just kind of looking around the group to get a good picture of the room.
I can't spell, so don't mind me.
Well, this I can bother to tell you. We are here studying the very thing that is an eyesore in the center of this room. Its aura sprung up to us while we were back home as an interference. Someone was using it to step between the planes and do something uncouth. And His Holiness gave us permission to come make sure it was nothing of import. And we found quite interesting things here, really. It's really fascinating what someone can accomplish when they're depraved and have no morals.
How much of the circle and surrounding circle can I make out from here?
You can make it all out. It's just mostly in black and white. Or
So
grayscale.
can I automatically tell that it's like what we've seen before
You've
without
s-
having to look a check?
it's similar to what you've seen before, yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What's the distance that I can manifest fully?
I don't... What does it say?
It just says I can manifest him if I concentrate.
I would assume that means you have to manifest him adjacent to you, but this is Elemental Whispers?
Yes.
As long as you concentrate...
Oh, there we go.
30 feet, yeah.
I don't know how I missed that. Okay, well that's not going to help me very much. Carry on, I guess.
So is your interrogation over? Can we move on and be done with this?
Why would you want to kill or harm us if it seems you are... And he's just gonna make a guess, an assumption here that has to do with Hastert. Kind of make the gamble in case he's wrong. I say, well, if you're trying to deal with whatever's dealing with the circle and potentially against it, if it is what I may incorrectly think it is, could be we're not enemies.
Oh no, we most certainly are. The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend in this case. I have near explicit orders to eliminate at least 2 of you on sight.
It's not me this time.
I don't recognize the old one and the short one, but I recognize the rest of you.
A good thing I have this, yeah.
Hold on, and she doesn't look familiar to me or Hawk?
You can make a religion check.
I think she looks familiar, right?
No, you have no clue.
Oh. I
There's-
thought we've interacted before.
There's absolutely nothing familiar to...
Were you the one that was keeping tabs on us and making us sleep rough on the way up here?
Sleep.
I can move your depths.
Sleep rough. I have bigger concerns than how well you sleep on your journey here. It's easily the single least important thing to me. Bratu.
Mm-hmm.
She is... There's a vague familiarity. She is... She is a something. I'll tell you in a second.
Oh.
Ooh, that's not pretty. You've seen her in the Desnan Temple in the capital city. As you've been going to your temple, you occasionally see her in the temple yard. You don't know what her position is or what her import to the church is, just that you've seen her.
And does anything from that religion check help me figure out who her sister is? Or no? Because I remember she mentioned that.
Not a clue.
Okay.
Gas.
Now, as much as I enjoy banter, I suppose that's what this could be called. Maybe you could call it foreplay if you're into that sort of thing. Really, you're wasting my time now. You've proven you have nothing of interest to me, my sister, or well, what we're here for.
Bratu will simply reply if she's not automatically doing anything, and say, so it's,
Do you get it?
looking out, does it look like any of these particular cultists or anything look like her, or does she look strikingly different?
She looks significantly different than the rest of them. She has almost Azamar-like features.
Then I'm going to simply say, would your sister happen to be, or used to be, what now stands beside you?
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, he's directly kind of trying to.
I have to
poke at her.
I have to roll something here. That was not supposed to be public. Ooh.
Don't worry, we have no idea what that means.
we don't, but I've hit a nerve.
So, two things are going to happen. First of all, you are going to watch as the ground next to you is going to suddenly flare up with a bright rune on the ground in the shape of the black spiral. And you are going to get attacked. Does that hit you?
Yes, it does. I think anything over 30 hits any of us.
So you're going to take 14 points of slashing damage as the rune is going to spring to life and this phantasmal split blade sword is going to appear and strike at you. You can make a will save to attempt to disbelieve that it is real.
Yep, okay. I am, since this is the beginning of the fight, I'm going to spend a point of resolve, and so I can roll twice to take a better result.
Sure. And this is where I have to...
It must overcome their spell resistance?
If you have spell resistance, the symbol has to...
Yeah.
Alright,
Hey.
so you take 7 instead of 14. And you're going to watch her face twist from this calm, almost flat appearance to this just horrible glare. Is this my what? Did you say you overgrown lizard? Please, I didn't hear you correctly the first time. Say it again.
I see this symbol activate, yeah.
Yes.
Do I have to roll initiative to act?
That depends on Bratu.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to do that to get her focused on me for the start of combat, but since she's still doing that,
She's also going to move. Oh shit. Oh shit, does she not have her... Oh right, no, never mind. That's not the
but
thing
is
that
she still like an Aasimar when her features twist like that, or does it look more like she does not actually an Aasimar?
Ooh. Give me a perception check, because that's actually important.
It's not prepared. Get her.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Are we still not allowed to move diagonal, or is this program functioning in diagonals now?
I actually want to use... I think it's a thing. Hold on, there's an ability, I think, for me to take a 10 on this.
What the hell is the damn thing?
Oh, no, never mind. That's only a once-a-day thing. I'm not doing that. I'm rolling. can shut the fuck up.
I don't... Hawk, what do you mean by diagonals?
You see my ruler right now, right? Can I move diagonally?
I do not see your ruler, no.
Your ruler's not shown.
Okay. Here we go.
Other than looking like a particularly angry Azamar, no, she does not look any different.
I can see
Okay,
other
so
people's.
It seems to
rulers.
calculate properly.
Okay. And I
think.
can delete that.
Pratu will say, well, you're clearly an Aasimar, and no one else here seems to have those traits other than that construct that looked like it was once an angel or once an Aasimar of some kind.
I'm basically stretching and like leaning on one leg and stretching my knee.
Yeah,
And
I'm really-
He's like, so if that is not your sister, then who is?
Oh, I can't wait for you to meet her. I'm going to let her tear your head from your body and eat you.
So, you agree that we're getting past you?
And that's where we're going to go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay, so I have to run down. I was hoping I could get a surprise.
I don't think I had a challenger to make her want to target me. Excuse me.
Oh damn it, I'm so far down the order.
I mean, at least you're not
Stupid?
last.
I feel like I must be stupid or blind to not see where the fuck initiative is.
Just open the combat tracker and click on the die next to your name.
Oh. Never knew I could do that.
Yeah, Hawk, we might have a problem with our plan.
Were you...
Have to go with
Well,
that.
so this is an important question. So as this is all happening, are you casting haste?
Yes.
Okay.
Casting. I am using Wild Arcana to cast Haste on Hawk.
Okay.
Haste 30-foot area.
Yeah, haste is everybody.
Oh, well.
I wanted to erupt as I saw the the phantasmal blade or whatever it was happen, but I will accept otherwise.
Where did you want to erupt?
Everywhere.
Bussin'.
Rotten, you got a higher initiative. than I
About
did.
that.
Yeah, you'll have to wait until your turn comes around.
That's fair enough.
I need to roll something.
How do we apply the haste buff?
When you attack, it will say have a tick that says haste,
Okay.
and you just have to remember that it gives you an extra 30 feet of movement.
All right.
And that it gives me a +1 to AC.
Yes,
So
but I believe
Is that-
there's a condition you can add for it. So
there is, if you go under buffs, you can open the. So you go to buffs, temporary, click on the little folder, and you can scroll down and find haste, or just search haste, and then
I
drag
didn't even-
and then drag it into your sheet.
that's pretty cool. All right.
The captain's gonna go first. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Yeah, he actually tied me and just had
30,
some better attack. I can't
35,
believe I ended where I ended up.
40, 45, 50, 55. So he's going to trigger another one of those symbols. Oops, that shouldn't be in the initiative order. And it's going to... You don't know?
No, haste
Oh, Theseus' caster level.
+2.
That's,
Alright, cool.
That is correct.
Your caster level is what, 5?
Wow.
4.
4. So
Oh.
for 6 rounds of haste. I
Need
wish I could put a timer on this, but I can't.
caster level check to bypass spell resistance. Alright, so he takes full damage. as he triggers another one of those runes.
So on round 7, it will end if you're in the combat tracker.
So he's
Yep,
going
pretty
to
much.
pull out his pistol, make a single attack against the... Woo! That's not good for this poor... Alright.
Confirm.
Yeah, and
Oh.
Let's go, Cap.
I wasn't expecting this to happen as immediately as it's happening.
One shot?
So the captain's going to take his pistol up and he's going to aim at this paladin-looking figure. Pull the trigger and blast clean through the facade, destroying the body and unleashing another one of those primordial slops of pink. As another Proto-Shoggoth, this one much smaller than the ones you guys have seen up to this point, is going to burst forth from the remains. I have to just find the token really fast. It's hiding. Where the hell is it? Here? No, that's...
Well, that wasn't Hawk. That wasn't her.
Oh.
That he
That
literally
was
said one of the
Paladin.
paladin people.
Apt.
Sorry,
Oh, this guy?
I just gotta make sure this has the correct
Yeah.
number of templates on it.
Not the correct. Oh god, that's good.
It's actually better for you. 2,
Special retention.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Now it's gone.
If it's possible not to break the construct too much, I would appreciate it.
Here we go. Alright. So,
Well, we know at least it isn't her sister.
Proto-Shoggoth is going to enter combat. And
Pink.
that's the end of the captain's turn, leaving it to yours, Bratu.
Okay. Shit. Has this thing been triggered? And is, like, the rune has died down? Or is it, like, an active trap in front of me?
The sword is still hanging in the air.
Ah, fucking hell.
Come back.
You know what? I guess regardless, I'm gonna have to move 30. I'm just gonna move in a straight line
Okay.
right towards. Actually, I'm gonna move 25 feet.
And it's going to get an attack of opportunity against you as you pass it. Does that hit or miss?
Actually, ties. So that is a
misses.
hit.
Your buff is not on, so it misses then.
Well,
You're-
also defender always wins.
Your AC is 1 higher, so it misses.
Oh, what? Oh,
You have haste.
Wait, no, Hawk's the only one that's hasted.
No, it's...
Haste is an area
30
in
foot radius.
Pathfinder.
Haste is not a single target thing, yeah.
Everyone's haste.
So you're hasted, so your movement speed is increased by 30 feet.
Big zoom.
If you go into buffs and click the folder on the temporary thing, you can drag in the haste thing from the compendium.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
That's what people were saying.
It doesn't actually change your movement speed, so you do have to remember that you have a 30 edition.
Oh well, I'm probably
It
gonna
does.
move differently too.
It didn't
In
change
that
mine.
case,
It
Like,
says
I
from
just-
sources, haste 20, buff haste 20 for me.
I genuinely didn't know I was hasted. That I'm still moving in that straight line.
Sure.
But since I have more than 30 feet, I'm just gonna move up to get in the other big paladin space.
I mean, as far as you're concerned, that's just another paladin.
After that,
You would have no reason to suspect that that's more than a one-off thing. Like
Fair.
to be fair, you would have no logical reason to make that assumption.
disagree, but sure.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm gonna smack the shit out of him, but I have to drag over haste first. And do. With haste, I get an extra attack.
Only when you make a full round.
Only when I make a 4 round. Okay, fair enough. Then I will just go ahead and make the normal attack.
That's going to hit and deal some damage.
Do some damage.
So you run up with the war axe and you bring it up into him, finding a nice clean spot in his armor to get a good swing in.
Okay.
Okay.
And I am then going to, as my swift action, yeah, I'm going to use my first challenge actually on this paladin that may or may not be a proto-shell god.
Sure. So you're going to challenge the paladin.
Yes.
Cool. Alright.
And that's going to be my turn. I, of course, forgot to do challenge first, but oh well.
Hawk, it's your turn.
Yeah. So as a swift action, I activate sudden speed, which gives me 30 additional movement, which means I am at 135 movement.
Alright.
And if I move diagonally, let me measure this just to be sure, I can get to here with 25 movement left.
Alright.
And I'm just gonna
So that's
basically jump Superman Puncher.
so that's going to provoke from the symbol. Does 30 hit?
hits, yes.
So you need to make a will save.
Will save. Meh. Please be good. 18.
So you take full damage.
Okay.
And you will take full damage from it for as long as it exists.
Ow. I really hope the damage is small.
Alright, and you're going to make your punch.
Yeah. I will use Drunken Strength as well, using one of my Drunken key points. Let me actually remove it. The key. That I need to remove. So that becomes 3, and this becomes 8 from sudden speed. Combat. Unarmed strike. That didn't work.
You clicked on the wrong thing, I think.
Okay. Attack roll die, damage bonus, plus 1d6 from sudden strength.
Okay. You found. I'm gonna make this sheet smaller a little bit. That does hit her, so she will take 23 points of damage.
Oh, never mind. It wasn't an attack roll. I was about to say, if anything was trying to swing at me, I have a +4 to my attack of opportunity die.
Alright.
AC.
Alright. And that's your turn?
Yes.
So, the clockwork construct is going to begin to spring to life, its joints sparking as it begins to move. And it's going to follow its single prime directive.
Do not alter the timeline.
And it's going to attack you, Hawk.
Well, a 42 definitely hits.
Yeah.
I see that.
That's bad.
Does anything else hit you?
22 miss, 28 hit, 33 hit.
Alright. So you're going to take the full damage from the bite and the 2 tentacles, and it's going to get 2 free grapple attempts on you as a result.
Shouldn't have just run headfirst into that.
Do you suspect anything else from me?
So I'm just going to roll them, and you tell me if it grapples you or not.
So a 28, if it's my AC, meat is beat, right?
No, meat is a miss.
Oh, so then I
did you bend
don't
away?
take one of those. It's only one.
Alright,
Attempt.
so disregard the second grapple attempt.
And this is just versus my CMD.
Yes.
My CMD is 35, so yes, it grapples me.
Alright. So, as the thing springs to life, you're going to watch one of the tentacles rise up, and its base is going to shift into this tooth-filled maw that's going to reach out and bite into you, distracting you just enough that another one is going to slam into your torso and constrict around you and pull you up against its base. So you are now grappled. And that's going to end its turn. We're going to begin with this. I need that. She's level. Alright.
Your friendly monk could use some help.
So you're not supposed to be able to have that ping.
Friendly monk should have
5,
thought about
10,
what he could do with
15,
I'll say
20,
Rizman, the
25,
tank initially tried to
35,
deal
40,
with the close range
45, 50. And this cleric is going to go. Which one is this? This is this one. It's closer to you guys, so it's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it's going to cast Hold Person on Duvir. Or, sorry, Resolve.
You can't know that.
I was thinking about your character's name in Ascension. Leave me alone.
Uh-huh. Can she hit me from that? 100, yeah. Will DC of 16. Does spell resistance become before or after?
Oh, spell resistance is before. So,
She has to beat a 14.
so spell fails.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was, the aristocrat casting.
Nope.
That was my bad.
So,
Finally, my spell resistance comes in useful.
Hawk, as you're grappled, you're going to watch the Azamar-looking woman next to you take a moment. She's going to smooth her hair back out, which is now a little bit frazzled from where you hit her. I apologize for my outburst. I'm not meant to look so weak.
Can't help that, darling.
She's going to look at your group. And she's going to point a finger at you, Bratu. You really should learn some manners. Why don't you sit still for me so we can teach them to you? And she's going to cast Constricting Coils.
Okay, I'm gonna assume there's no fear effect involved in this.
No, this is a... so, what's going to happen is you're going to make a will save against a hold person type effect. If you have anything against compulsion and mind affecting effects, this will be where it applies.
Okay. And It's 1 round per level, and I'm gonna assume it's more than 1 level.
It's just... Yeah,
gonna
it's 11 levels. Okay. So, she's going to hold her finger out towards you, and from the ground is going to burst this large black coil that's going to throw itself around you and constrict so tightly that you can't even wiggle your fingers. And you're going to take...
Oh, I failed. So hold on. Self-reliant kicks in.
Okay, so go again.
Yep, and thanks to strong comeback, I get a +2 on that.
Uh-huh. And that's still a failure.
God fucking damn it.
So,
I can't ever roll well when it counts.
you're going to take
The
9.
+2 it means.
Is the +2 not already included?
No, it is. Undefined
is.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So
Yeah,
you're going
I
to...
know, I did roll like ass.
You're going to take 9 points of bludgeoning damage and become paralyzed. This one is going to... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to move over to Hawk. And... Oh, it can't reach her. So it's just going to cast a spell on itself and end its turn. Resolve.
Oh, finally. Also,
What are you saying? Finally.
Hawk, you really messed up my plans. I just want you to know that.
Blaster, I can evade it.
Proud of you, Hawk. Keep
You know
messing
what?
them up.
You know what? Sure.
You don't know this, but I destroyed someone's book by using a bunch of fireballs on it. I was fine.
So we are having a good time here. We are erupting with a fire blast.
Alright.
So they need to make... Oh, hang on, let me just put it here.
Ooh. Did I not give them the item? Ooh. Okay. I need to put in the... I'm gonna have to put in the, bonus from an item she's supposed to have myself.
Oh, it's a 10-foot radius. 10, I thought it was 20. I might have to reposition. Give me a second. Sorry.
I assume either way it's going to target her.
I just want to get as much value out of it as possible. Would that still hit the construct?
I don't see a circle. Oh, there we go.
Would that still hit the construct?
Yes, that would still hit the construct. Hawk, you need to make a reflex save as well.
I was just waiting.
So you'll take half damage. Because you...
I have evasion.
No, because of your evasion you take... Oh no, it's only greater or improved evasion that makes you take half if you fail, right?
Yeah.
So you take full damage.
I don't know what my... I can never
What's
remember
your
how to calculate the DC for this.
It's 10 plus half your level plus...
My dex mod.
Yes.
Okay. So 10 plus 4 plus 7. So 21.
Oh yeah,
Which
I
means...
failed. But it's
Or no.
fire.
It's 10 plus the level of the infusion plus your dexterity. Sorry.
So 10 plus 3 plus
So
7.
20. But yes, it is fire.
Yes, it is fine.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
It's gonna have... It's gonna say fire blast because that's the blast that's being used.
Yep.
So ignore the roll.
So she's going to take half damage. This is going to take half damage. And the cultist is going to be incinerated.
So I still apply the full damage.
then subtract any resistances, which I need to do from one of them.
Oh wait, hang on.
Sorry, Hawk.
I forgot I was grabbed.
Alright, that the end of your turn?
I'm also going to move. That's. I'm still on. Yeah, I'm not gonna blow myself up. I'm gonna fly over to. You know what? If I got a wrist thing, I'm gonna fly over here.
How high up are you flying?
I'll be 10 feet off the ground.
Then you won't provoke anything.
Oh, okay. And then land next to, well, within 10 feet of this priest, pirate dude.
Sure. Who is going to not...
Yeah.
What was that?
Sorry, go ahead, Gary. I'll ask my DMs.
This guy's going to cast Cure Light Wounds to heal her. Perfect. That's the end of her turn. Alright. Mr. I'm gonna charge in. Let me remember how this ability works. There it is.
Wasn't that paladin guy just right here in front of me?
Yeah, then he got incinerated.
The cleric got absolutely incinerated, yeah.
Okay.
It's for an initiative check. Oh, yeah. So, the other cleric, or the other paladin, is going to erupt as pink slime is going to burst out in the form of tendrils around it. It's going to enter the initiative.
I can't get rid of my last template since I made another one. So.
I'll deal with it in a sec.
If you can select it.
Let's
I
call it.
can't.
So, that's fine. Alright. So, this other small pile of sludge is going to burst forth and attack you while you're paralyzed.
And miss.
Yeah, one of them's going to miss.
The 23 only hits because I'm paralyzed. Just one above my AC.
Yep. So you're going to take some damage. And it's not going to make its grapple attempt because you are already stuck. So Emiko is going to... I don't remember what
Oh,
spells.
what the hell put me down to... Like, do your thing. I'm commenting on other things.
I don't know her. I don't know what she does very well. She's definitely going to move up and
But usually it ends in either fireball or lightning bolt.
she's going to fly up to here.
Oh, Norb.
Or molten.
Shoot a lightning bolt. I can evade it.
Ah!
No, you can't. We saw that.
Orc's gonna be killed by friendly fire at this rate.
Rather you guys than them.
I'm going to go with one of the...
Not at all.
I'm going to go with one of these.
Wow. Wow, that dice is just being mean.
That was...
A9.
Yikes.
Almost all ones.
Oh, they just take the damage.
Yeah, there's no evasion from things like volcanic storm.
Alright, so...
Oh
Apply...
my god, yeah. It was all ones.
Apply... Apply... Alright. That...
This person is wearing armor while casting.
That's...
They're in
That's...
difficult terrain, Club.
That's her turn. Theseus.
Bet. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. We're gonna put a fireball right here.
Sure.
Take my target from me, are you?
Go ahead and throw it in the,
Oh, it's even hitting the altar at that point.
the save isn't on there for some reason. What the frick? Attributes.
It's the same as mine, isn't it?
I got reflex.
Reflex for half.
Yeah, I was just looking at the DC.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pathetic.
I'm sorry. I'll try better.
Not you. That's
I'm doing my best.
That's saving throw I just rolled. Combat reflex. They
Yes.
all fail, so why don't you roll me your fucking, what is it, 5d6? No, it's more than that. It's your caster level d6. Many numbers.
What's going on here? Why isn't it letting me? Okay, there it goes. I guess I shouldn't have measured beforehand.
Alright, so 20.
You press the dice button, so you press the name of the ability name instead of the little sword.
Alright, they're gonna take all that damage.
But yeah, I guess I singe your beard.
You sear this cleric as well. They become dust.
Goodbye, sir.
And I think that's the end of your turn?
Yes, I believe that's the end of my turn.
Alright. Proto Shoggoth's turn. It's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20. 25, 30. And you are presently on the ground, I believe?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
I take it that hits.
Yes. A 34 hits, however, I take 8 less.
Alright. Then it is going
So I take
to...
a total of 12 damage.
It is going to attempt to grapple you.
Let me apply the damage first. Never lucky.
I take it a 35 grabs.
Yeah.
Alright. And then that's going to end its turn.
So I'll apply grapple to myself.
Yeah. The captain is... Oh no, that was fast. So,
The captain pulls hit from us.
because of a thing that's about to happen.
Oh.
So as the captain's turn comes back around, the stress of combat is already starting to get to him. And you watch the relatively calm expression he's had up to this point kind of twist, and you can see him kind of leaning his head away from some invisible pain. And you watch as a pair of phantasmal hands wrap over his shoulders and push up the expression of his soul behind him.
Busy.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did he have to make a will save to do that? For this thing?
He didn't have to make any... He didn't...
Test, not a save.
I mean, you don't know, actually. He did something was rolled, you just don't know what it was.
Damn it. Okay. Well,
You're also
Because I need
par-
another mechanic.
you're paralyzed. You can't respond anyways.
Mental things. Like,
Your resolve, I believe, has some amount of verbal component to it to use for other people.
I'll be real, I
Well,
wish
you
it
also just
told me.
can't act while you're paralyzed, so
Yeah, you can't
Other
take
than
any
mental
actions,
actions,
or
yeah.
reactions.
He's going to take a 5-foot step forward. He's going to lift his gun. And because he's hasted, he's going to take a series of attacks against the Proto-Shoggoth. Okay, the hasted one's going to go first. So it's going to be haste, attack, attack 2. So it's going to be 2 hits. And then the gun is going to misfire in his hand. And he's going to take 7 points of damage as he is exploded.
he's not having a good time with that gun.
He needs a new gun if he makes it through this.
Bratu, your turn's going to come around, and your turn's going to end, and you're going to make another will save.
Well, at least I'll probably get it twice thanks to Self-Reliant. I'm really glad it doesn't have a limit. That ties, if I remember correctly.
So you are free.
Okay. So I'm no longer paralyzed at the end of my turn.
But it's at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Alright. Hawk, it's your turn.
What do I have to do to break the grapple?
You have to either...
Spend your move action and roll against it,
Yeah.
or kill the thing grappling you.
Yes, you can also just attack it.
If I spend my move action, I just can't move after I do it.
You also can't take a full round action to attack it. But you'd be making a CMB against its CMD.
I don't think I can kill it in one round, but since I'm grabbed anyway, I can try.
You can also make a check to control the grapple and make it grappled instead.
It's two size categories larger than him. He can't grapple it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was about to say it's probably too big for that.
Alright,
So yeah,
for some reason
I'm
I
going
thought it was
to flurry of blows with drunken strength on. Let me see if I can do that on multiple attacks in one round.
Make a full
On a single successful
Alright,
melee attack.
I'm with it, yeah.
Alright, so I'll spend another drunken key to drunken strength, and I will spend one key to full round attack with 2 more from flurry of blows.
Sure. Against who?
The big
The construct.
angelic construct. Yes.
Alright, go ahead.
Full attack. One of those has an extra d6 on it, so I'll just roll the d6.
Those are misses.
Oh, well, it gets applied if it hits, so I'll need to roll the 2 extra.
Yep.
Single attack with full dab, and single attack with full dab.
Alright, so the one attack does hit. So it's gonna take... What are your...
And I get 1 more from haste, right? Or does flurry of blows
It's only
cancel that?
full rounds.
He's taking a
I
full
get
round.
I thought you said you couldn't.
No, you can. If he had chosen to make a move action to break the grapple, he couldn't.
Sorry. I'm done.
At the moment, what are your weapons counting as? I think they're just magic.
Let me look at my key pool. We are at 7th. They're also cold iron and silver.
Cold iron and silver. I don't think that breaks what I'm looking for.
Do I get one more attack?
From haste.
Okay, I'll go ahead and roll that.
Oh, it's... Actually, you have bludgeoning as a damage type, so... Okay, so that's 2 hits. So it's going to take... Ooh.
Those 2, and then plus the 3 damage from the Drunken Strength.
Alright. The attacks are not as effective as you would hope they would be, but they seem to have a pretty meaningful impact on the marble torso.
I just can't reach, like, the... You said there was glass on the top?
Yes.
Green liquid in it?
Yes. There's
Can't reach that.
a brass tube up at the top. No, you're way too far away to hit that.
Okay.
Its turn is going to come around. It's going to maintain the grapple. Or at least
Oh, it
attempt
should
to.
let me go.
Does a 33 grapple you?
My CMD is 33.
Then it fails to keep the grapple up.
I'm 3. And then it's gonna hit me and re-grapple.
It's going to... That's its move action, so it's just going to make a single bite attack against you.
No.
No, it's not.
That has been a common number on dice tonight.
Alright. Its turn is going to end.
Oh, I can take grappled off.
Nope, that's too far. Man, you guys are spread out real shitty for this.
Yes.
Alright, so this is going to go here. It's going to get a single attack. So you're going to watch as Emiko is observing around her. All of a sudden you're going to hear this yelp of pain, and then watch something vaguely slither into a hole in the water, or in the ground.
I knew those holes would have a fucking purpose. I knew it.
I was hoping they just weren't holes.
Gray's turn is going to come around. What is her... That's what it is. So she's going to look at you, Hawk. You... I think I've seen you before. You're not as problematic as the lizard is. So I think I'll give you a chance. She's going to reach out her finger towards you. And you're going to watch her eyes momentarily flare with dark energy. Tell me what you know, and I'll let you live.
You don't even have to use magic for that, by the way. I'm just gonna tell you, it's probably not very much.
So I am going to need a will save from you.
Oh god.
Will save. Let's go.
No. Okay.
Bound for resolve, ignore the pain. I'm using the resolute immediate action, so he gets to reroll that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, 21 and
Yeah, it's not floored for some reason.
Why? I tried, Hawk.
So you are going to take 1d4, or you're going to take 31 points of damage as all of a sudden your brain is just assaulted as if it's trying to violently squeeze the memories out of it.
It did not apply, even though I clicked apply. I think it's because it's untyped.
That should not matter. Yeah, when I clicked it, it worked.
Okay.
And then she's going to take... actually, she's just going to take a 5-foot step there. And that's her turn. Resolve.
Hello.
You are currently... grappled by the Proto-Shoggoth.
Given that my kinetic blades and slash whips count as light weapons, can I manifest them here?
Yes.
Oh boy. This Shoggoth is going to have a bad time. So I will manifest a curling whip of elemental earth. And just go ham.
Get him.
It's going to have a bad time. I did that as a single attack. Can I re-roll the whole thing?
Yeah, just go ahead.
I'm dumb.
We'll roll it back as if that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'll just...
Did it just entirely botch?
It's
I don't
rewind
understand.
time.
No, I pressed a single attack instead of full attack, as you can tell by the sheer number of dice now.
Oh, yeah.
This is an Earth Blade.
Yeah. I am keeping the piercing as piercing.
You guys see when I mess with dice.
The 30 is the only one that hits.
Jesus, okay.
And no, we don't see... Yeah, you have haste on there already. What? Oh, yeah, -2 from being grabbed.
Huh?
Alright. And that's your turn, right?
Oh. I was hoping I would kill it and then make a 5-foot step towards the other one, but...
No. These boys
got
is tanky.
I will put Corlym on his head.
We're gonna see another... Oh, no. She's out of cure. So it'll be a... Hold person on Hawk.
Another will save. Let's go.
Yeah, DC 16. Yeah, you
Fuck you.
burn through it. Alright.
I'm not a smart man.
Alright. This Proto-Shoggoth is going to attempt to hit Bratu again. And I think miss.
The 30 hits by 1, the 23 misses.
Oh, okay. So you're going to take 16 points of damage and it's going to attempt to grapple you.
Okay.
Does a 32 grab you?
It does. I think Hawk is actually the high C&D person in the group.
Alright,
I
you
changed my AC.
you are grappled.
That, does that do anything besides not letting me move?
Apply the grappled condition to yourself just so you have everything.
I did.
Okay. Yeah, the biggest things is you can't move unless you break free of the grapple, and
Okay.
you can't use a weapon two-handed. You can only use a one-handed weapon.
Oh, it is worth noting that my whip hangs around to the end of to the start of my next turn.
Yep. Emiko is going to move, and she's gonna
She's gonna.
Gonna do
she's gonna heal herself, I think, with her healing hex, actually.
She's not gonna do it.
She's gonna heal for 19. And that's her turn. Theseus!
Alright. Worked well last time. Let's put another fireball out there.
Get him.
Get him.
I'm not
He's
grappled
not.
now, so if you want to target me with that too.
Oh, sure. if you insist.
I'd say I'm pretty sure you can target them without hitting it.
It's either I die from it or I don't. Because I'm at 13 health.
I
I think
that-
you can hit them without hitting him.
I dig that logic. It's either I die
Yeah.
or I don't.
Man, I like that logic too, but at the same time, I like Hawk better.
Yeah.
I'm flattered.
Should we have fireball anyways?
Large. Yeah, it has a long range, so 400 feet plus 40 per level.
I think it's hitting.
Did you mean to put that over slightly?
I would have passed.
Yes, I did. I apologize.
I think this is what you meant to do.
Yeah.
I would have passed.
No, I didn't want to interrupt their epic duel.
And if he has to overcome. Oh no, I think it's shit. Is there anything with him having to overcome spell DC?
What? Hawk isn't being hit.
No. For Theseus. Since he's the one casting the spell.
No, there's no spell pen.
Okay.
Oh, and then I need to change the number really fast. I really wish resistances were automatically done.
It would have been, yes, yeah.
Alright, Theseus, is that your turn?
I mean, if I can, I'll hand my wand of Scorching Ray to Theseus.
Sure.
Here you go, Theseus. You have a turn.
I mean, there's nothing for it to hit presently, so...
Here, it'll make you feel better.
Yeah,
Make you feel safe.
I was about to say, isn't Scorching Ray?
25 feet plus 5 feet for 2 levels, so I'm not sure if Theseus would be able to hit anything.
Well, it uses your level for the wand. So... he can try?
Sure, would that be UMD then?
No, it's just he has to make a ranged touch attack.
Oh, okay.
And he's not particularly good at those. Yeah.
He's doing his best.
Alright.
So proud of you.
Here we go. Maybe it's... Is this what I'm looking for? No. Sorry, I have to get the correct template up so I can remember the abilities here. There it is. Alright. So, Captain is going to stand still for just a moment as the echo of his soul is going to push itself from his corporeal form until it's hovering just over him. And you're going to watch the torrent of souls that was previously around him before once more surround him.
Well, this is it.
And everything within 100 feet of him is going to be inundated with its darkest dreams, dashed ambitions, and the encroaching insanity.
Everybody. Literally everybody.
Man, this sucks.
Besides, maybe the 2 constructs because they're constructs.
This is a swift action. He is going to unleash a lash of this soul energy.
More soul laser beams?
Yes.
Oh, laser beam.
Oh, laser. They're going to make their reflex saves. That's not good.
So he still seems to be targeting the enemy?
So she's going to take full damage and is now paralyzed, actually.
Oh, time for Hawk to fuck him up.
How the tables have turned.
And even at half damage, this cleric is dead.
Maybe I try and get away so I can heal.
That's a good point. Very good point.
The captain is going to use his hasted movement speed to move up behind the Proto-Shoggoth. Pull out his... He's going to use his disembodied strike, actually.
Teleports behind Shoggoth.
It's under features. No, it's not. I don't know where it is. Why it's not there. Never mind. He's just going to use his rapier then.
But it's a spectral
Damn it.
rapier.
No, his actual body is going to lift the rapier up and jam it into the Shoggoth, dealing
Give it a good stabbing.
some damage.
This is off topic, but when you explain his soul lingering above his body, I only imagine Xehanort from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Rude.
I wish I understood that reference.
The Shoggoth, upon being attacked, is going to lose its grapple on the resolve in an effort to run the hell away as it becomes frightened.
Wait, hang on. Hold up.
Poison
I've been
is-
dropped first. Does that mean I threaten now?
Yes.
Nice.
So it's going to run.
Incur an attack of opportunity about that.
It's going to incur an attack from both of you.
My first attack of opportunity.
It may not matter.
It may not matter.
It will matter.
I said every wrong name.
So it's going to take the critical damage and then 30 more points of damage. And then continue running away. Whoops. Bratu, now it's your turn.
It just took 42 points of damage and is fleeing.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go for a full round of attack.
Okay, remember you can only do it with a one-handed weapon.
The war axe is one hand unless I put it into two hands.
Yep, I was just making sure you know.
Yeah, it got rid of my plan, but I can still try to beat the shit out of it. Damage bonus if I hit plus my level. Because this is the thing I challenged.
I will allow it this time, but we'll talk after we're done.
Okay. Oh, and I'm going to... I guess I just click the haste thing before I attack, or is it because I already have the status, it'll do it automatically?
You have to click the button.
Okay, click the button. I'm also going to click power attack, and I have Hero's Focus, so the first power attack won't actually
Sure.
do reduction.
That happened to be your crit, too.
Oh!
The other two just completely whiff.
Yeah.
So then... Oh no, your level's already on there. Yeah. So it's going to not take the critical because it's an ooze. So it'll take 25 points of slashing damage. I forgot about that. Alright. And are you going to do anything as a swift action?
No, that should be.
Alright.
Yeah, that should be everything.
Hawk.
Which. Okay.
We're running out of time, so I gotta keep us going.
Yeah. I was just looking for Drunken Sway, but I don't think I added that to my character sheet. Trying to get out of here unhurt. But I will 5-foot step here and then just full around her while she's paralyzed. If I'm going down, I'm gonna go out swinging.
Drunken Key. It's a
So,
Drunken Sway. What is...
or I don't know what it's called, but as part of my Drunken Key, you can spend 1 key point as a swift action to move 5 feet without provoking attacks of opportunity.
So you're going to spend a key point to move 5 feet?
Well, I'm not leaving the big thing's attack range, so it doesn't provoke attack of opportunity, right? If I just 5-foot step.
Oh, correct.
Okay, so I'm just getting closer to her so I can use all my attacks on her. So full attack. 37, 28, 22.
I think that's all hits.
And then I will
No,
use-
that's actually a bunch of misses even still. I think.
How's a 37 not hit a paralyzed target?
Wait, hang on. Standing. Oh, right, that's why. Because paralyzed has no innate effect on your armor of its own, right? It's just you're flat-footed.
It completely gets
I
rid
think
of
it
your
makes it
dex.
your flat-footed AC.
It actually reduces your dex to 0, so you have a -5 to
Yeah,
that.
so you're flat-footed and you have 0 dex,
Yeah, not a 0 mod, but 0 score.
which
Yes.
should already apply.
Right, I know, okay. It does still miss, actually.
But hang on, what does the helpless condition say?
So, 37 hits, 28, 22 miss, 32 and 37 hit.
Cool.
So, 20, 44...
With my flurry of blow attacks, I can add style strikes, so I would like to knock her prone with trip.
Beforehand, all those should have a +4 to them.
Oh.
+4 to hit, or...
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
because helpless gives a +4 against attackers against helpless targets get a +4. Unless they're ranged, in which case it's a -4.
Okay,
That's
so
like
actually...
28 hit then?
That makes the 28 hit, which means before your last hit, she is going to phase out of existence entirely for the duration of the round.
Then the rest will just be on the big slimy thing.
Sure. So
Construct.
the last hit will go against the construct.
And I need to roll for drunken strength on the one of the attacks that hit her. 1 extra damage, please.
Yep.
Can I have a single point, please?
All
Every
right.
point counts.
So that's your turn.
I believe so.
All right. I bet you can't guess what's about to happen here.
I'm about to get attacked. A lot.
Only once.
38 does hit, and I'm down.
That would that knocks you unconscious. It is going to begin moving towards Bratu now. And end its turn there. How fast can she get to where she's going? Yeah, okay. So she's going to run. Hawk is unconscious, so he won't see this. As another almost identical looking woman is going to spring out of the water using a pair of tentacles to push herself up on the ground. And she's going to run next to where the other one had just phased out of existence. And she's now visible. She doesn't come back yet, so that's Resolve's turn.
This is... How big is this construct?
It is huge, so it's about 15 feet tall.
Does my attack resolve before or after the attack of opportunity?
Before. I think it's before.
Just give me half a second. I just need to quickly double check a thing to see if I incur more than one attack of opportunity.
Depends on what you're doing. Oh no! You can only get attack. You can only get an attack of opportunity by a creature once per turn, anyways.
Unless they have feats that I don't know about.
But you can only provoke an attack once once per turn.
Oh, okay. Well, in which case, I am going to use a point of my internal buffer.
Mm-hmm.
And gather power for my move action.
All right.
I'm not sure if that provokes or not, but
I think
it doesn't mention it.
I will take a look.
But it doesn't matter because using the blast is a spell-like ability, which does provoke.
So it'll make an attack with its primary weapon.
Yeah. So that hits.
Yep.
Let me put my out there. Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's going to fly right past it, too.
I wish to leave.
No. Proto-Shoggoth is going to... Well, actually, it should also have the grappled condition because it is not larger than you. It's going
That pisses me off so much. Yeah, that could have been 94 damage.
Which of those hits you, Bratu?
Just the 32.
Alright, it is going to attempt to renew its grapple upon you. Does it?
It does.
Alright, so you are, in addition to the damage you take from the first attack, going to take another 2d8 plus 10. As its cephalopod arms are going to squeeze down upon you. Emiko is going to... do something. Yeah, she's gonna cast Greater Flaming Sphere. And she's going to spawn it There. So this thing is going to make a reflex save. Sheesh. Okay, so it's going to take half damage.
Oh shit.
What?
Oh wait. It can just takes damage during or after gathering power before using the blast it releases it. Did that happen?
Wait, what? We'll worry about it. We'll worry about it later.
Well, because it matters because I will need to make a concentration.
We'll worry about it later. So it's going to take 9 points of damage. Theseus. Go, pet wizard.
Alright. Sadly, the time for fireballs has ended. The time for lightning balls begins.
Like, is it
The age
actually...
of fire is no more.
Alright, I'm not entirely sure why it's not letting me... I'm casting ball lightning.
Make a ball, then.
Should be letting me do 2 5-foot points.
For every 4 levels plus 7. So you're going to... Where are you going to make the balls?
Ball.
There we go.
You're gonna drop both of them on the clockwork?
Yep. So that should be 66 if they both hit.
You'll roll 3d6 twice, though.
Okay.
It'll actually take a -4 because it is technically wearing metal armor.
Yeah.
So, the first one is still a success, and the second one's a failure.
So, 3d6 plus 66. Hell yeah.
And you just roll 3d6 twice. Alright, so it's going to take that plus... Okay, cool. And you're going to watch as the clockwork bits are going to momentarily jam up as the electricity strikes it. As these 2 balls of lightning spawn on top of it. This Proto-Shoggoth is booking it and is gone.
Man, I feel like a god of nature
15,
today.
20, 25, 30, 35. We're going to see another beam come out here. As the Tempest of Souls is going to reach its peak. Wow. This is not going well for them. That ooze is now paralyzed. So remove the grappled condition from yourself. And it is now paralyzed. And this one's going to take half damage. And then he's going to take his rapier and give it a good swing. And deal 5 points of damage. And that ends his turn. Bratu.
Yep. Okay. What condition does this... Well, can I even tell what condition the Shoggoth is in? Visibly.
It looks pretty healthy still, despite the paralysis.
Okay.
He's currently upside down. Can't really tell yet.
Well, since I'm not grappled, I am... going to use my... switch to using my War Axe in 2 hands, and as a swift action, I am going to spend a point of resolve and use Fierce Resolve,
Uh-huh.
so that I gain my Constitution modifier, in this case 1.5 times my Constitution modifier,
Uh-huh.
the attack. And then I'm going to full round attack.
Go ahead.
And plus 9 from the level, plus... Okay, plus really just 4, because you always round down and that sort of thing. Full attack.
You forgot
Oh,
to
I forgot to click
do
haste.
one more single attack. Yeah, that's gonna toast it probably. No, maybe not, actually. Definitely gonna hurt. Yeah, all of those are gonna hit. And it is now looking pretty rough.
Okay.
Hawk, I need a Constitution check to stabilize.
What if I don't?
You'll just start bleeding out. You're good.
Wow.
You're stable. Alright.
Is he stable unconscious or just stable?
Just stable.
Okay.
So we're going to see a bite attack, and all of its tentacles come out. It's going...
Against me?
No.
Okay.
It's starting with the bite attack against Bratu. And it's
It
gonna...
has 20-foot range?
It's huge, so yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
I thought huge 15-foot.
Sorry, it's going to take a 5-foot step and then...
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I tapped my side. But okay.
So tell me when it hits you.
Actually, because of my challenge, the bite does hit.
Okay, so you'll take 50...
Everything but the... But the 20... Everything but the 22 hits. Because of the challenge, I have -2 against
So
AC
you...
anyone else.
You get bit and the first tentacle knocks you unconscious. Or your Die Hard triggers, though, doesn't it?
A couple of things could trigger.
I need you to pick one.
It would be... Not... It wouldn't be Die Hard. It would be the one that reduces me to 1 first.
Okay. The next tentacle will hit you then.
Yep, which
So the
would
Die
then
Hard
knock
would
me
trigger.
unconscious again, and then Die Hard would trigger.
Alright. And then lastly, the final tentacle will hit you. Which will put you... 16... -16 in total.
Correct.
And
Right.
that's its turn. The duplicate, or the twin, is going to hold her action as
Where is the twin? Oh, there it is.
as the main caster is going to phase back into existence. And she's going to pull from her hip, Theseus, something that looks familiar to you, actually. It takes a second to register, but it's your old spell book. The one you would have lost before getting lost in the first place. Theseus?
Is you there?
Sorry, I had my microphone pushed away.
Oh.
I said, my spellbook, how dare.
And she is going to push her free hand to the page that she's on, and she's going to lift the words from it, wrapping them around herself and her twin, and they're going to teleport away,
You bitch.
removing them entirely from the fight.
Theseus mad.
Resolve, it's your turn.
It's my turn again. Hooray! I can't wait to absolutely botch it again.
Theseus angry.
Do it.
Alright, so I'm gonna take a 5-foot step in. Manifest my whip. What's the penalty for her trying to trip something bigger than me?
I don't think there's an innate penalty.
In which case, fine. I will accept 2 points of burn to manifest a bowling kinetic whip
He's done it.
and go ham.
It is trip.
So if any of them hit, they are...
Oh, you can't. Sorry, you can't trip it unless you have something that lets you hit a size category larger than you normally could.
Why am I only getting one? I'll make another attack at -5. In which case, I won't take the 2 points of burn.
Alright.
That should be... I mean, Earth Blast doesn't matter. It's the same thing, really.
Do you have any additional bonuses to hit being applied?
I'm just making that extra single attack. No, well, everything that's there should be there.
All of them are going to miss.
Where's Cordelia? Yeah.
The attacks are going to functionally just deflect off of the marble and the clockwork. Proto Shoggoth
My whip's down.
is paralyzed. And Emiko is going to have her fireball, or her flaming sphere, roll around beneath the clockwork. Oh, and it's actually going to take full damage here. It's going to take 14 points of damage.
I don't want to take 14 points of damage.
And then Theseus,
Wait, what's causing that, sorry?
her sphere, her greater her flaming sphere.
Oh, right, so I thought that was against me for some reason.
No. Theseus, I assume you're going to drop your balls on it again?
Yes. Well, I don't think I even have to move them, because she's still kind of just standing on them. So...
Let me just see if there's any specifics I need to... globe enters the space for the creature. I'm pretty sure you have to make it do the thing.
Okay.
And that's a move action.
I will make it do the thing as a move action then.
Alright. And it will take its 2 reflex saves with a -4 penalty. I believe those both save.
Okay.
So, it will take half damage. So you roll 3d, or just roll 66. That would be enough to destroy it. Or at the very least, shut it down.
Sorrow, I have broken such a beautiful machine.
And then the captain is going to...
Would I be able to cast another spell since that was only a...
Oh, right.
action?
Sorry. You're right. Yeah. You have your action and your swift still.
I would like to cast teleport. No, not teleport. Dimension door
Okay.
on Lucius and I over here.
The Thesei. They're on the move. Alright.
The battlefield's a little safer now, so we're coming out of the corner.
Alright.
Gonna take care of this pedestal in a minute.
The captain is going to move up onto the pedestal
Never mind.
and give another soul lash.
God damn it, Captain.
Which I don't think the Proto-Shoggoth will save against. And it will take another 19 points of damage. And for the sake of brevity, because it cannot break free of that paralysis in time to not die, we will end there for now. At the end of combat.
You can teleport
Captain, I
now.
swear to God.
Alright.
I'm so mad that I hit like something once and then missed a 94 damage Magma Blast.
Yeah, it's weapons.
Wasn't the- Go ahead.
Weapons grade Uftonium.
Yes.
Wasn't the pedestal supposed to be doing damage to me that fight?
No,
Because I failed my save when I was like walking over it.
that's not what that was for.
You failed the save against the sword portal thing.
Wait,
That
I
did